Hello, and welcome to another episode of Straight Outta Stanton. And before we start, I just want to apologize for not doing the Stanton gossip this week. That was on my end. I've lost electricity for 15 hours, and yeah, that also kicked me into some really bad mood. And we decided to skip it.
And then we tried to do it the next day, and then I woke up with a migraine and
Yeah.
couldn't do anything all day. So
So apologies for that. It's not like we're not going to do it anymore or anything like that. It was just like one off. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that out. How are you doing, Maso?
it's been a bit of a week, honestly. Hasn't been super great, but trucking through it. We're here.
Yeah. So for me, it was really strange week. New World came out, the beta, and I was pretty sure I don't want to play it, but until it comes out, so I didn't want to play beta basically. And then someone gave me a key, beta key. Thank you, Esotic. And I ended up actually playing it. But then that's what happened. Like the day 2, my electricity, my power went off, and I didn't have it for 15 hours straight, and that kicked me. It's into like very bad dark feels and whatnot. And then the day after, I was like, you know what? I'm
And
not
not
gonna.
just because your power was out. Sorry.
Yeah.
Bad joke. Bad joke.
Yeah, man, like, I decided not to play it again. I was like, nah, I'm not gonna play New World until it comes out now, whatever. And then I played something else. I don't even remember what. Oh, it was Star Citizen. It was not intended. It was I streamed Star Citizen for a day, and then I went off, and I was like, you know what? All I think about right now is New World, and I started streaming it again, and my mood came back, kind of. So
Good to have an outlet.
yeah.
Can help sometimes, for sure.
It's also the fact that I don't play on PTU, so everyone's playing on PTU, and I'm like flying around.
Yeah. Well, exactly.
And,
yeah.
Experiencing some crazy bugs and whatnot, and
Well, plus we know all of the like drastic changes that are like literally just around the corner. Like whenever that's the case, I find it really
it's so
hard
Yeah.
to go into like, and try to do something in 3.13 because everything just kind of feels almost pointless. You know what I mean? It's like,
even like flying around is crazy.
yeah, it's gonna be totally different. So it's like, why am I doing this? Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
And so one thing that I did is I brought the other stick like out of the box, and I was playing with it a little bit, and man, I can't. You gave me a hint like before the show that maybe I can use twist for throttle, but I really feel uncomfortable flying with dual sticks without pedals. And in this room where I'm right now, I don't have space for, because I don't have like proper pedals. What I have is some Hama wheel that comes with pedals, so I have to connect the wheel, and then because the pedals go through the wheel, and then that thing is going like all over the place on the floor, and it's very annoying. I don't know.
Like this is where like I mean, we had this conversation a little bit off air, but I think like control scheme stuff, it's such a personal thing that I think it really just does come down to kind of like what you're comfortable with. Like for me, I've tried, single stick and joystick. I tried mouse and keyboard. I tried joystick and mouse. I tried, dual sticks. I tried dual sticks and then pedals, and and finally I kind of like landed on dual sticks and pedals as something that feels comfortable to me. But like it took me that many tries to settle on something, right? So I don't know. I just think it is what it is, and you just find a control scheme that works for you, and then that's.
I feel like combat for me is always going to be keyboard and mouse. Yeah. I just feel like I've been playing with a mouse for such a long time that nothing can feel more. I can't feel more confident with anything else, and if I'm fighting, especially like PvP, I just don't want to lose any advantage that I can potentially have.
Well, and that's why I get it. Like keyboard and mouse for first person shooter obviously feels supernatural, but for some reason when I'm in a vehicle or a ship I keyboard and mouse just I can't. I just can't like I can muddle by, but like it just does not feel natural to me. Like I feel like I'm at an incredible disadvantage trying to do it with mouse and keyboard.
I agree, but see, that's maybe the problem. Maybe it changes later, but we talked about this as well, where SC sometimes literally feels like when you're dogfighting, it literally feels like you are you're playing like FPS game, and maybe that's why the way you turn and all that stuff, like maybe that's what it is. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I think it just comes down to a personal kind of preference, right? So like dual sticks for me. Like if I'm not using my control setup, I feel like I'm just overall at a disadvantage when I'm trying to fly.
I really want to try Hotas. I never had the chance to try so, and I think that would be the most I don't know, enjoyable experience for me for flying itself, and then switching to mouse as I'm dogfighting or just walking around and all that. But getting Hotas is almost impossible for me right now. So I've been trying, but it's just not going to happen.
It's impossible for everybody right now.
Yeah, like they just don't have it here in Serbia. And ordering, I don't know. And then the sticks that I have, like one was broken after like 2 weeks. By the way, it's kind of funny. Like now, have you seen like around the streams? There's so many streamers being sponsored by Trustmaster.
Trustmaster, yep.
And I was so confused. I thought maybe they came up with a new stick or something, but no, it's T1600s. Like what the hell? 16,000. Sorry. I think
it's just that they finally realized that there is like there is a sim community. Yeah, exactly. Like a sim community that is worth kind of marketing to, and they're finally just trying to kind of like directly market to this niche. But
they probably look at it like, okay, these guys are playing space game that they invest a lot of money into, so maybe I don't know.
But it's not just SC, right? It's like DCS came out. Elite Dangerous has been a thing for a while now.
Well, I don't know if they're sponsoring them like for longer or at all. I just know
SC.
I just know about SC. I don't know. I really am not watching streams. Like I watch a bunch of streams, but not like when it comes to space games. It's only SC for me. I don't care about the rest.
I would be surprised if they weren't also marketing to. Frankly, I'm surprised it's taken them this long. For fuck's sake.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think they're already sponsoring like ED players for a long time. Maybe MSFS.
They need to step up their game, though, man.
That's what I was about to say. They're still. Not nowhere near the other like it's great. I love playing with these, except for my right one just broke after like 2 weeks, but apart from that the feel is really good. But I can see like even me playing with sticks, that these are my first like proper sticks, right? T16,000s. It's such a strange feeling. They're very comfortable to like play with, but you can feel lack of precision. Like I can feel how much better it could be if I had an R stick. Like
not to mention the durability issues.
Durability is horrible.
It's always been the issues with the like lower end Thrustmasters. Like they might last a long time. Like mine are going on 2 years old now, and I'm only now starting to kind of like, some of them are starting, like my left stick's twist axis is starting to go a little bit.
If they were like super cheap, like what you were mentioning, like $40 or something,
well, it's
that's okay.
The thing.
But they're not anymore,
exactly.
Like because of scarcity and everything. Like paying $140 for sticks that are hit or miss. That's.
I bought both of my T16,000s for $100 Canadian. Like
that's okay.
And that's fine. Like for that price point, if I get 2
had
years
it 2 years
out of them. Yeah, if I get 2 years use out of them, then that's that's great. But that's the thing. Like I kind of wonder if Thrustmaster's worried about hemorrhaging customers, right? Because like VKBs, especially right now, VKBs are not that much more expensive than a pair of T16,000s, and the difference in quality is like orders of magnitude.
It's also the market. I don't think I can get VKBs here and stuff like that. Like it's just that. Yeah, I think Trustmaster has been on the market for like 30 years now.
Oh yeah.
With wheels and like all the stuff, like right, like wheels, pedals,
same equipment,
yeah. And even though they're not like top notch, like they always had to fight with Logitech, but Logitech and Trustmaster have been around for such a long time that they have this net of sellers, right? Like retailers or whatever, and it's so much they're so much easier to get than VKBs, you know, or something else.
Exactly, and Logitech can afford to sell that equipment at a loss because they.
Let's not talk about Logitech sticks though, like the fucking thing that they have.
But
the wheels though, it's the same actually. If you follow any Steam racing, I don't know, like communities or whatever, you have Logitech that is good. I mean, it's good. It's as good as Trustmaster sticks are for us.
Yeah,
and it's expensive, but like G25 is a good wheel to start with. Yeah. However, when you have like Fan Attack or something, it's like a real fucking thing. It's such a different different level, right? So yeah.
But I would say like I would still put Logitech and Thrustmaster's quality basically on the same level.
That's
like
what I'm
I
saying.
used Logitech for when I started playing Star Citizen. But at the end of the day, like Logitech is such a monstrous, huge business that they could bury Thrustmaster if they wanted to by just basically like, you know, continuing to put out similar sticks for half the price, and even if they're selling them at a loss, it wouldn't matter because Logitech's a monster. Right?
And I think they make these like for them these are still, you know, Xbox controllers or whatever, you know, not like Sim Gear.
Yeah.
Because if you look at Logitech, I'm using Logitech a lot. My keyboard, my mouse, my camera. Like I love the brand. I think it's overpriced and all that, sure, but I trust the brand kind of. But not for like that's where it stops. Keyboard, mouse. Yeah. And I tried like going around, like trying other things, and even though some are good, like Razer or whatnot, I was never as satisfied. And I always go back to Logi, and you know, but that's where it stops. Like keyboard, mouse. Maybe headphones, but there's better choices. Like I'm using something else. But,
you know what?
But we're not sponsored by any of these brands. It's just like it's just like we figured out whatever.
Yeah, if I wanted to be sponsored by anybody, it wouldn't be either Logitech or Thrustmaster.
Oh, I'll take any sponsorship. Just please come at me. Like I don't care.
Okay, fine. Sponsor Chang, but
as long as I can say how I feel about it, it's fine.
Yeah,
and that's what it is.
Purple wants to get in contact with me though. Like,
that would be. Really cool. But that's another thing. Okay, so and this is not on our agenda today. It just, what a surprise, it's a tangent, right? But I just remembered it, and I was watching some big streamers. You guys all know I watch Burks a lot and whatnot. So he was playing with that's crazy to see. Like they're like, okay, Trustmaster decided to send these sticks to me. So it's like a sponsored stream or whatever, and he was playing with it. He was like, you know what? It's not that bad. And
T16,000s?
Yeah. And he's playing with whatever the fuck he wants, right? And I think this is very true. I don't think he was faking it. He was never saying like, hey guys, you should buy this or anything like that. No. But I think that first feel when you use T16,000s, you probably are surprised by it's not that bad. Like you probably think it's so bad when you're like using Whirlpools and whatnot. But then the durability comes in quality. Though. Like that's the
yeah. Well, that's it right there, right? Like if you were going from VKBs or Whirlpools to T16,000s, Burke saying it's not that bad, I think probably has more to do with him being sponsored.
I don't think so. Okay, so let me draw a parallel. Okay, so I am flying. I don't know, what am I flying? I don't even know anymore. Let's say I'm flying MSR or Carrack or something like that, you know. And I'm doing things in that or some other ship like that is more expensive and whatnot. And then every now and then I will go into Aurora and I'm like, I don't know, man, there's something cool about this ship. I'm not gonna switch to playing Aurora and I'm gonna point out its issues, like the interior is horrifying. If you want to do the delivery fucking mission or whatever the fuck, please don't, be careful with that or whatever. But flying Aurora is like, oh man, I don't know, it feels good. I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, so
okay, I see where you're coming from there. Yeah. But as somebody who's actually got to like hold a Whirlpool stick and feel how the button quality feels and stuff like that,
But also,
Oh,
and he's
man.
not the only one, by the way. Like I've watched a couple of our big streamers playing with it, and here's the thing: like people are like, hashtag sponsor, whatever. Yes, but at the same time, they go back and say, "Do you guys know how much Virpils are?" And then do you know how much this is? And that's what it is.
True.
Like I don't wanna. I'm doing a review of this live on stream, and I want to say, it's actually not a bad experience for someone who wants to try playing with sticks. They don't pay that much, right?
Sure,
So
for sure,
it's not a bad product
level,
for. Yeah, exactly.
entry level. Sure, I mean, right now I still think that the T16000s are just ridiculous, but that's just the silicon shortage that we're dealing with. But
Yeah, the price is
like,
overblown. That's for sure.
Yeah, but like personally, I guess where I'm coming from is kind of like, if you know that a streamer that you are wanting to sponsor is playing with a certain caliber of stick, like at least send them a Warthog. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing. That's been like Thrustmaster's top end product for a long time now, right? Like,
But yeah, but can Warthog actually tackle Virpil?
no.
But they
it's
know
close.
that, bro. They're trying to attack the entry.
Comparison. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That they're trying to get to the entry level Star Citizen with that promotion, I'm sure. And I gotta say, someone who is using them, you know what? I like them. I don't know, man. Like I'm not gonna say anything bad about these sticks.
No, okay, fair enough. I mean, like I said, I've been using them for years now. You know, and I've had more or less a good experience, but
and when you turn it and it starts glowing,
I'm
kidding.
like,
It doesn't matter.
Basically, I'm to the point with these sticks, especially because they're starting to fail now.
Yeah.
Where, you know, given their current cost and the cost of going up to a set of VKB Gladiators, that's my next step. Like basically, as soon as I'm playing Star Citizen enough to justify going for better peripherals, I'm going for better peripherals.
Yeah.
You know, I'm
and
definitely
that's fair. But look at you, like 2
60,000.
years before you're thinking about this, and I think that's perfectly good, like timeline.
Totally.
You know, like get into it,
Especially
see if you like it. Right?
Exactly. Yeah. Like if you're going for an entry level stick and you're looking at like the Logitech 3D Pro or something like that, or the T6, there's no comparison there. Like get the Thrustmasters for sure.
Exactly. Yeah. And the price is Logitech still, I think, more expensive per stick.
Is it? Oh,
I think it is. And it doesn't give anything. Like it doesn't have twist. So.
No, the 3D Pro does.
Oh, 3D Pro. Okay.
3D doesn't. There's one that's an ambidextrous stick that doesn't have twist, and then there's a step up from that which has that. And it actually has, if I'm honest, I do like the Logitech buttons better. The button layout's better. There's more buttons on the stick, etc. But I'd still go for the T60000s simply because. Oh, that's the other thing. With the Logitechs, you can't get a left-hand stick. They only have right-hand sticks.
And 16,000s are any side you want, and that's so fucking convenient. Like my right-hand stick is broken slightly, and I don't mind it. But if it goes even worse, like I'm just gonna switch left for right, and that's it.
Yep. Yeah.
Do you think maybe they're doing this because they have like T17,000s in production, or like the next entry level stick?
I would love to see, you know, Logitech kind of step in and you know, come up with like a new product.
That's another thing. Like 16,000 is just good enough for entry level. I feel like.
Maybe,
I don't feel like they have a need for that.
They could do something basically between, like something to compete more with, like let's say VKB. You know, something between the T16000 and the Warthog.
It would be worse quality though. I don't know.
Is
there a middle market for that at all? I don't know. Like people go from entry level to like, okay, I'm sticking to this, or I'm just going ham, right? That's usually how simmers are, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like that's what I was planning on doing. I was planning on being like, you know, fuck this, I'm gonna go for Virpils, but like the jump between there is huge. Like with shipping and everything to go for a full Virpil setup for me, it was like 1,700 Canadian.
That's crazy, yeah.
For 2 sticks, and that's not. Oh, and that was with the desk mounts and stuff like that too. To be fair, which you kind of need.
You need them, yeah, or chair mounts or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, like the T16000s worked fine sitting on your desk, but the Virpils would be too tall. But yeah, anyways, yeah. So like you'd think that you know, like that we just go ham, and it's not like I couldn't do that. I could if I wanted to, but I'm starting to go like, you know, like, or I could go VKB, which is like less than half the price of a Virpil setup. They're repairable. They're still good quality. So I don't know. I think there's a market for the mid range for sure.
Maybe.
And I think that's what VKB. That's where VKB is really slotting in, right? Is into that that middle market. But yeah,
let's see what happens with that. I just find that it would be very difficult for me to go from really good sticks to mediocre sticks and stream and be like, oh, this is good.
Yeah.
Even if it is, I don't know if I would be able to accept something like that.
Yeah,
but I'm happy that they did. I'm happy that they did. I don't think.
Yeah,
I mean,
cool.
Obviously, if you're full-time streaming, of course you want money. Whoever is like sell out or whatever, what? Come on, man! Like you gotta fill that fucking fridge and pay for pay that internet bill or whatever. So that's cool. I don't have any problems with that. But
that's we were talking about that off air. That's just kind of like an ignorant perspective from somebody who's not kind of like on the other side of the camera, basically.
But I think it would be hard. But I think most of our big streamers in Star Citizen, for Star Citizen standards, did pretty good with these reviews and everything. I think they're fair, because they do point out like the quality is kind of not on the same level and all that. That's fair. Okay. So I'm just gonna go on with like what I did this week, which was I played over 50 hours of New World. And I'm not going to talk about it now because I don't want to like push people away, but part of our topic is actually the connection between New World, potential connection between New World and Star Citizen. They're done in the same engine. New World revolutionized the MMO overnight, and I think there's a lot to talk about that from the SC perspective. And then there was a lot of drama with Blizzard. A lot of things came up to surface. As you guys know, I play Blizzard games forever. And until a few days ago, I actually still played Classic Burning Crusade, having a lot of fun, really enjoying it. And then after what happened, I just deleted all of their games, unsubscribed, deleted the launcher for the first time ever.
Yeah,
and I'm done.
Let's be fair here. Like, this is not limited to Blizzard. This is like something that's like really prevalent in the games industry and in society as a whole. But but Blizzard, these particular allegations. Well, frankly, they're bad enough to end up with a class action lawsuit, basically.
For those who don't know, this is not like... So what happened basically is the state of California was monitoring Blizzard for 2 years. And after 2 years of checking them out, they decided to go to court. Which it's not like someone just, saying whatever might happen or not, whatever the fuck. Like, this is so much more serious. Basically, it was about female workers at Blizzard and how they're treated, and there's a lot of drama going into it. And I just want to point out, and we're not gonna talk about this too much, but I think it's important to just like state a couple of things. One thing is there are psychopaths and really strange, awkward people all over the world, and they are usually not recognizable by just mingling around, you know what I mean? And every major big company has them. Like, they are part of us, they're part of humanity. And I am not blaming Blizzard for hiring people who are creeps or psychos or whatever. It's like, what really was a problem with for me was this has been happening for many years. People with a lot of power within Blizzard pyramid were some of those guys, and until now it never came out. And now when someone actually when California, the state of California pointed out what's happening, like all of these tweets start popping out, YouTube videos of people who actually experienced this but were afraid of of saying it out
losing
loud.
their jobs or just
Exactly.
not being believed
Or being bashed by
you know.
community. Don't forget, like,
Oh
Blizzard
yeah.
is a titan in gaming
Yeah.
industry, and if you say something like, I've had this with Bethesda, which is arguably in an MMO world smaller than Blizzard, where if I would say something against Bethesda or ZeniMax for Elder Scrolls Online, I would actually lose a lot of my viewership and whatnot over a couple of days. So imagine like being a public, person going on Twitter and saying, "Oh, I was, and like you would expose yourself to, like you're saying, like rape allegation or something, and then imagine like all the people who would negate that just because they love Jay now or whatever the fuck." And it's like it's internet is a crazy thing, right?
Exactly. Especially, let's be honest, like the game community as a whole has been male dominated for so long that it's like it's pervasive in all areas of the gaming community, on the dev side and in the player base. So
the actual problem for me was Blizzard being that place where people are afraid to come out when they sell themselves as a company that is standing behind all of these things, that
progressive, etc., etc.
and then denying it kind of, and not like being apologetic and all that. And I'm not trying to say that people should stop playing Blizzard products, Blizzard games, or anything like that. No, if you enjoy it, you should play it. Not everyone in Blizzard is bad, there's like few rotten apples. Unfortunately, some of them are on higher places there, and a lot of them are very passionate workers and whatnot. I personally, when I tried like playing, it just like came to my mind. I'm like, I I personally cannot support this. And that's it. Like, I just decided that's it. It's been a fun ride. I wish they were better, and I hope, I don't even know what I hope. Like, if you go into it, like, there's even some lives lost and whatnot. It's just like, it's super sad. It's super sad for an industry titan like Blizzard to end up like that. I also firmly believe that this is going to shake them a little bit, but it's going to be like another, China debacle or whatever, where they're just gonna go and like brush it off and keep going. Like, it's Blizzard, it's Activision Blizzard. There's no
all we can really hope for is that it's it's something that's taken seriously, and that
I hope it becomes better place for those who work there, man. Like, especially like everyone.
Not only that, but I think the fact that this is ending up in court of law is a good signal for all the other areas of the industry where the same stuff is happening. You know what I mean? Like we said, I mean, it's not just Blizzard, guaranteed. But
no, for sure.
But so hopefully this is kind of another step forward for the industry as well. Just kind of like getting to more of a position where things are a little bit more egalitarian and just to try to stamp out this sort of like toxic kind of behavior towards female employees and just females in the gaming community as a whole. What, we've talked repeatedly about how prevalent female streamers, how prevalent them being subjected to abuse and stalking and and all this sort of stuff. It's something that is a reality in all corners of the gaming industry, and I'm hoping that this just ends
not
up
only gaming, but
not only gaming.
That's what touches us, right?
Just ends up being kind of more like a step towards kind of stamping this sort of shit out. Like, it's time to grow up, boys. Like,
oh man,
this isn't appropriate. It's not. Anyways,
there's one more thing. Like, I grew up with Blizzard games, man. Like, this hurts me on a personal level. I think that's one of the reasons why it was so rough. But also recently we had, and not only recently but throughout the history, Blizzard has been wielding this sword of power over people who are allegedly having any kind of misconduct in that way, such as guys from Method, for example, or which was proven right, and I'm glad it happened, or Swifty, who is like a legend within the game, had an NPC. The moment there was allegation for similar stuff, his NPC was removed from the game. Then the guy who gave voice to Keltas, who, by the way, if I'm not wrong, it proven to be a false accusation. His voice was removed from all of the Blizzard games, never to return, and his career probably destroyed. But when Blizzard does it, it's like, no, what do you mean, guys?
Yeah,
That does not, like, come on,
Yeah.
like, you cannot do it like that. For me, that was the end, man. I don't want to support this company anymore. Yeah. Anyway, so that was my week. It was kind of eventful and crazy, ups and downs, whatnot. But yeah, you played a lot of Doom, man. You're like
Not a lot. As
Wow.
I want to play more, but I'm really enjoying Doom Eternal. Like I mentioned last week,
Yeah.
I picked it up for like 75% off, and it's such a ridiculously fun game. Like I'm really enjoying it. So I played a bit of that. Like I said, it's been kind of a shit week for me. So honestly, I haven't done as much as I'd like. But the other fun thing is we started a custom bearded dragon enclosure this week, which was kind of a fun project to start. We just did all the tiling and stuff like that on it yesterday because I've wanted a bearded dragon for a long time. They're like one of my favorite reptiles, and so this is kind of like we're gonna kind of get things ready, and then when the right color morph comes along, we're going to jump at that, I think. So yeah.
Interesting. You just added that. I did not really expect it. So wow, that's
not
amazing.
gaming related, but I mean anybody's been around for a while.
Yeah,
like we've got a ton of animals, and we're definitely
you've heard it here
people
first. In 4 or 5 years from now, Maso is going to open a private zoo. Not the zoo, rather the animal shelter
right now.
Animal shelter.
we're practically there, man. Like
I love animals. I don't have anything against this. This is cool as fuck, and I can't wait to see some pictures of the new Mastercast, members.
We're gonna get them from a breeder, and there's a breeder here in Canada that does a bunch of special, like really really vibrant red morphs, and they're normally bearded dragons, if you're familiar, are like kind of more of like a tan or a brown color, and they're really striking. Like they've got really interesting patterns and stuff, but through kind of different breeders and stuff have managed to isolate traits and get produce some breeds that are like really really vibrant red, and so we're looking at a red boy.
Nice.
And
you and me talked about this actually. We talked about this a couple of months ago off.
I just like bearded dragons are just like
they look so cool.
They're so intelligent, and they're so like interactive. Like they like to interact with humans and with other things in their environment and stuff like that. So they've always been kind of one of my top wants, and we started kind of poking around.
What's
doing
their
the research
life expectancy?
They live like 10 to 15 years.
Okay. So the regular pet
time,
life, kind of.
Yeah. So we started kind of doing some research for their care and stuff like that, because we know that in a lot of situations when you get some from a pet store or something like that, oftentimes they don't really set you up with what you really need to care for them properly, and but that's not really how we go about owning animals. Like we always try to go the extra mile to make sure that we're like providing not only just like a home where they can survive, but where they can really live kind of their fullest lives and stuff like that.
That's really cool.
Yeah, so we basically got an old like TV or entertainment kind of unit, and we've cut it all out, and we're kind of mounting the lights in there and stuff like that, and put down a tile floor, because bearded dragons, like tile floors are kind of some of the best.
Man, I want pictures of all this.
Easiest to clean, and putting a new back on it, and then anyways, nice. So that's been a project. We're just gonna get everything ready, and then when we see the right one come across the breeder's pictures, we're probably gonna jump at that. So amazing. That'll be fun.
Can't wait to see.
Not video game related, but
well, who cares? Before we go on to news, if you are watching this on YouTube, I've just changed how everything looks.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah.
And
Writers.
yeah, a huge shout out for rough writers KVA, one of the followers on YouTube. Thank you for creating this very, very interesting. It's so funny how my head like goes pink from neon lights and everything. So I just got this to my email. They said, I don't care if you guys use it or not, it's okay. I just wanted to do
words
something.
Of encouragement.
And I wanted to like just show it. It's very interesting. I am personally very, very proud of our Straight Outta Stanton.
Yeah. Sorry, not changing that
whole thing. It's actually, for those who don't know, it's a reference to a movie, and you can look it up, and we have the whole logo and everything. However, for those of you who are watching us for a while, you know, we're doing Wednesdays. We're doing the Stanton Gossip, which is like a bar environment in the background with some neon lights there and whatnot. And I'm going to contact writers to see if they really want to go extra mile, and because we're not paying for this or anything, it's like it just came up in my stream, sorry, my mail. And I'll be more than happy to have something like this for that background. And it's the first time someone actually does something like this. It's very, very nice. We are both grateful.
Appreciate the gesture and the thought for sure, and the kind words.
Yeah. Alrighty. Okay, so we can actually now. Holy crap! It's been a long tangent with the sticks and everything. It's been 37 minutes. We did not even start with the news and everything, but it was good conversation. I don't care.
Whatever, that's okay, because I don't have a zero effort for today, so
still a lot to talk about
sticks. Though. Yeah, exactly.
In the news, PTU 314 Wave 2 is open, and probably not a lot of people playing it.
Oh, actually, no, I think it's open to everybody now.
Isn't that what it is?
Is that what Wave 2 is?
I think that's Wave 2, when everyone can jump in.
Oh, okay.
And so if you want to play PTU 314, see that Horizon shenanigans, try the new Xenotrat version 2, you can. Jump in, give some feedback, especially if you're not playing New World, then you can definitely spare some time and help CIG iron out the bugs and whatnot. I think it's extra interesting that the new Xenotrat, event is there. You can try it and all that. I'm not going to play it because I never play PTU as we know. But even though I'm diving deep into New World, the beta ends at the end of this month, which is when I kind of feel 314 will drop out, and I'm excited to play Star Citizen 314 on PU when it comes out. Apart from that, this week we actually had Postmortem for 313, and it was kind of different. And I'm gonna let you like kind of dive into that with they did it different this time. I think that's worth mentioning.
So the first time they did a postmortem, I think we actually commented on it in our episodes, and it didn't really, I don't know, it didn't really feel very good. It felt mostly like they were just like patting themselves on the back, like, good job, and not really acknowledging, the stuff that didn't really go very well. Well, they definitely
stuff
changed
that we notice as players.
Yeah, exactly. So now they did. There's a new format for the postmortem where they said like what did we do, what went well, what didn't go very well, and what they're gonna do differently in the future. And I thought that was a great adjustment. It did feel a little bit more like they were kind of like going out of their way to communicate a little bit better with the community. And especially because we've been saying this over the last like few episodes, that we want to see if they make a mistake, we want to see them
acknowledging
admit it, right? Like acknowledge that it was, that they made a mistake, and talk about kind of what they're going to do better. And that's exactly what this is.
And it's important for like I'm sure that they brainstormed the things that did not go well amongst themselves. But
Oh,
the
totally. Yeah.
community, the player base does not know that. It's like a
Yeah.
confirmation. Like if I see something's wrong, like mountain guns are whatever,
Pointless. Yeah.
pointless. But CIG never says that. You're like, am I crazy or whatever? You know, like. But when they say that as well, you're like, oh, okay. I mean, you know, there's a
Yeah. Yeah.
confirmation. I'm not that crazy. Yeah. Sorry. Go on. Go
Yeah,
on.
no, no, that's exactly it. It was just, I think it's overall, I like this format of postmortem. I hope they kind of keep going with this because it feels a little bit more kind of like we've been kind of asking for over the years, you know, and just like a better, more down to earth kind of communication, kind of bringing it back to more of the early days. Um, you know, feels less corporate, feels more, you know, actually interacting with the community, listening to community and communicating with us. So I think that's really cool. Some of the I just basically wrote down a couple notes about like some of the highlights I thought that was that kind of jumped out at me reading through it. Absolutely, if you haven't read it, go read through it. It is actually pretty interesting, and that's just on the RSI webpage.
And it's short. It's like it's not that crazy.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not super
yeah.
long. No. Plus, you can just skip around basically to the different teams, right? Because it's broken down by like the teams and what they did. But Chegg, I know you were having issues with the cockpit glass scratching and stuff like that. How like the wear and tear was just like way overkill. And one of the things they did actually confirm in this postmortem was that that was fully a bug.
Yeah.
It wasn't ever intended to cover the whole surface of the glass. It was only supposed to be around the edges, which I think is interesting.
That's fine. Yeah. That it's
yeah.
like ED has that when the cockpit starts cracking and everything, but it's not hindering your gameplay, but it makes you feel like, oh shit, there's something wrong. You know?
Shit's going bad.
And that's cool. Or maybe like, oh, I need to clean my windshield or whatever the fuck. That's cool. As long as like, you know, even when you're like when your car goes through Dakar Rally, you use wipers, you know, you can still see through. Yeah, the rest is like a shit show, but also
and that's what
reflection.
it sounded like. Yeah, that's what it sounded like most of this was supposed to be. Is you know, supposed to be like to display the fact that you're dirty or you're worn without, you know, really getting in the way like it did. So that's cool.
That one is thumbs up for me.
Yeah.
I approve.
They also doubled down. Well, doubled down. I don't know. This is stuff that we've already kind of known, but just to see them kind of talking about how the whole wear and tear system is supposed to tie into the physicalized damage system as well, so that ultimately, like if you're seeing holes in your ship and stuff like that, like that's actually supposed to like factor into, you know, like actual structural damage and stuff like that, which is cool. And again, not really news because we've been hearing that that's their intention, but to hear them. But honestly, I haven't heard much about physicalized damage for a while now, so it was kind of good to see them still reference that, see that it's still something that they're considering. Second thing that jumped out at me that's kind of, I don't know, kind of a lull.
It's literally what I was saying, both of us at the beginning.
Yep.
So just to roll back before you edit, like we literally said that Rock DS kind of feels like the regular Rock feels like a, you know, upgrade from Rock DS and not the other way around, if you remember. Like that was exactly what I said. And then they came up and said that, hey, these were supposed to come together and one is not supposed to be better than the other, right?
The Rock DS was supposed to be out first. But there was some shifting priorities and stuff, and it just didn't end up happening.
Which makes more sense to me.
Yeah, and this is another one where they just flat out said, they're like, yeah, we get it, you know, like this just basically fell flat. Like this wasn't, you know, like it wasn't balanced properly. We, you know, it wasn't really like, they basically just said they fumbled the whole release of the Rock DS,
which we all know is true.
Yeah, and they said like they realized that there's all these flaws with it and stuff like that, and they said it may become more useful later with physicalized inventory and with like more expanded cave mining and stuff like that, where the range of the laser may be, you know, more of a factor and stuff like that. But they said if you know, if these things come in and the Rock DS is still looking like a potato, that they're just basically going to revisit and you know, and go from there. So Yeah.
use missile operator mode from the cockpit for another person to mine, and you're so much better already because they're not exposed. I just want to say, hypothetically speaking, and I first of all, I can't stand Rock DS.
No.
Okay, but hypothetically speaking, if this was not alpha state of the game, but the actual game already, and we got the DLC or a new vehicle that we can purchase, and it's Rock DS, and you buy this vehicle and you play with it, it's a new, like, let's say you never saw Rock before, so that's the first kind. It would actually be very interesting because you're mining for the first time in a vehicle. Someone has to drive you around. You have to split the share and everything. And then 2 months later, they're like, now you can do it on your own. And they give you a Rock. I think it would have completely different impact on community.
Sort of. I still think if they did that and the Rock DS ended up kind of being completely made obsolete by the Rock, I still think there would have been some backlash there.
Sure, it would be, but it would be different, right? Because first of all, people would use Rock DS if there was no Rock.
Yeah.
Think about it. Like, if this was the only way to use mining without a mining ship, people would actually use Rock DS.
Yeah. But can you imagine if they sold the Rock DS or whatever, and everybody, was out mining, there was no Rock, so everybody was like, oh, this is cool. And then they sold the Rock, just like the regular Rock after that, after everybody had already spent the money on the Rock.
Yes.
That would have been a huge shit show.
I don't think it would be, because you're imagining this with real money, and I'm imagining it with with UEC in the game where you can actually salvage or sell your Rock DS and buy Rock. And
ultimately, I guess with real money, it's kind of the same thing. Like, you could just melt your Rock DS and get a Rock if you really cared that much.
Sure.
But
cool. But I mean,
there still would have been.
It's really nice that they acknowledge it, and they're like, this was a shit show, basically.
Yeah. The other thing, and this is a tangent, but if you're reading the Postmortem, you can totally tell the different personalities of the devs who are writing it. Like, you go to the sections written by Todd Pappy, and they're like 1-sentence answers, like maybe 2-sentence answers, occasionally like a paragraph or something. If like if it's I don't know, like if it's something that needs a little bit more explanation. And then you go to like Richard Tryers or like Tony Z's, and they're like,
I had to skip through half of Tryers like stuff.
Oh yeah,
I can't.
It's not. You can skim those because it's a lot of words without saying much. But I'm going to move on from there because I was found
it is. I was finding it's funny as well.
Yeah, Tony Z's, to be fair as well, he does tend to talk a lot without saying much in some of his responses. But I did still really like, just I guess, transitioning into the Tony Z aspect, talking about the reputation system and like addressing again a lot of the stuff that we had issues with, like why is reputation only for like bounties and stuff like that. And they, so he talked a bit about that in his section in there, and said basically they just didn't have the rest of the mission structure built out to a point where they could actually like apply that yet, but it's absolutely something that they're planning. It also was interesting to hear him talk and just be frank about, like, they had a real big miscommunication issue with the reputation rollout that ended up with them scrambling close to the end to fix some shit, because they're trying to communicate between different studios and stuff like that.
I really did not like this. I don't know about you, but it was like putting other studios within CIG on the spot, as in, like, he literally says here like which studio was problematic and whatnot. I'm like, really? Like, you don't do this in a team sport, kind of.
Okay, I didn't really get that.
And it comes from him. It's like, oh, that's rough. Because okay, so let me give you my theory here. Almost tinfoil, not really, but almost tinfoil. But I can almost see how these are the emails that that they sent to Chris. And then someone decided, why don't we just use this for, to put it publicly out there with some editing. And, because if he's talking to someone above him, which there's not many above Tony Z, right? And he has to like defend why his team failed at something. Obviously, within the company, you have to say what happened, where was a hiccup, so that you can work on it and get better at it, right? And with that, you're helping the other studio as well, because then you point out where was a problem, and you can work together on it and whatnot. But when you push that out publicly,
but who he was talking about was his, like I'll have to reread it, but like the way I read it was he and his team were owning it. Basically said they didn't communicate properly with the team that was supposed to be rolling it out, and that was on them.
Okay, if it was his team, I'm not sure. It was like, to be fair, I was reading this before going to bed or in the bed, but to me it felt like if it was his team, I couldn't like put two and two together for that. But like, if it wasn't his team, that sucks. If it was his team, that's fine. If you're like, because he's head of that department.
I'm pretty sure it was his team, because what he said in like what they're going to be doing differently from this point on was, he was like, we basically designed a better system to make sure that this miscommunication doesn't happen.
Yeah, anymore. Let's read this again and figure it out. Not now, but like, because I think he was actually saying that the communication from the other team was not good. Not to the other team.
I thought it was the other way around, but yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But it's interesting to see this, because they're exposing themselves a little bit, but that's cool. I mean, it's open development, right? So
exactly, this is what we asked for. We asked to see how the quote unquote how the sausage was made, to use the weird saying there.
You don't really want to know, but you want to know.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's see. So he also talked about, and this is something I think is interesting, how the reputation system they're starting to consider with the reputation system, like the new player experience, and like how you start in the game, how you progress through like your progression through a single star system, and then how it transitions you into potentially moving to other star systems as well. And like, this isn't really new. Like, there's a couple other games that use the reputation system to kind of like guide a new player from like, one difficulty to another difficulty, like as they start to learn. But it's cool to see that they're actually like starting to think about that. And so basically the way I read that was like, so say you start off in Crusader, which means that you're getting potentially your missions from Crusader security, and the ones you get are going to be kind of like initially geared towards like a more beginner difficulty or something like that, so that they can kind of like guide you into more difficult content instead of just the way it is now, which is like how many people have you heard, for example, who ended up picking a mission from the personal tab, not realizing that it's a criminal mission, ending up getting themselves a crime stat, and then ending up in jail without having any idea about what they just did? You know what I mean?
Or even that like two-man execution, like where you need another person to like do it.
Yeah, exactly. And so hearing them kind of like talk about kind of broadening the scope of the reputation system to kind of like try to get a little bit aid in that new player experience without guiding them to content that you kind of should be taking on at your level of experience. I think that's cool.
The problem with me and reputation, like the last 2 weeks or so, I've been playing more of Star Citizen again. And I've been doing bounty hunting to see how the reputation actually works now that it's a little bit more ironed out and all that. And it's bad, man. Like, it's like you so I can't say it's random, but like the visualization of it is super bad. Like, you have this, basically you have couple of reputations that you're doing. One is with the bounty hunting guys, and then Stanton security, I don't know, Crusader security, but those two are not moving at all. Like, they are, but they're not. The bounty hunting one guild is moving, and that's giving you like higher pay mission. But it's all over. Like I know exactly how it works, right? Because I played it before and after.
Yeah.
But if I'm honest, and I'm like trying to use this new visualized system to guide me through it, it's so bad. It's like super bad. However,
it is. Yeah.
It's not a bad like anchor point to like start building from, I believe. But before,
and that's
sorry, go for it.
Continue. Oh, okay. I was just basically going to say that like they did kind of touch on that a little bit in Tony Z's section, basically talking about how they ran out of like bandwidth for Q&A too. They admitted basically they weren't able to test it as much as they wanted to before putting it in. So I think we all knew when this came out that it was like very much like tier 0 or tier -1, and you know, at least hearing them admit it.
I disagree with that strongly, because the bells were ringing, man. Like they were.
You mean with how much they were pushing it and marketing
and like how it's going to change everything. So they brought it up like it's the revolution in the game right now, and then all the content creators were like hanging off of that branch and everything, and in reality it did not change anything. And if they were like, okay guys, we're gonna bring reputation in, but it's shit. Not with these words, obviously, you know what I mean? Then it would be different. Okay, I'd be like, okay, bring it in. Let's see how it is, and so that you guys can work on it, we can give you feedback, and not like, we're bringing this. I don't know. I don't like that.
Here we go with the disconnect between, you know, the marketing and video content and the actual development. You know, like you read through Tony Z's write-up, and it seems like basically trying to push reputation in while they were also trying to sort out dynamic events and Xenothreat was just a fucking nightmare.
Which is understandable, right? If someone comes and tells you that, you're like, okay, they're working on multiple things that have potential and in future might make us happy, but right now it's going to be rough around the edges, and I'm okay with that. But if you tell me this is changing everything, then it comes in and it's a clusterfuck, I'm like, what are you guys doing? Like, are you crazy?
Well, I'm glad at any rate that they basically, like I said, acknowledged this and kind of like laid out some stuff to kind of like try to not have this happen next time, you know. And like obviously when you're listening to anything Tony Z's saying, like I was talking about like how they're talking about the new player experience and stuff like that, by no means am I saying this is something that's coming anytime soon.
No.
I just, again, when Tony Z talks about stuff like this, I like hearing, because you get more of an idea of like what they're thinking, you know what I mean? And like I said, I mean, it's not like it's new groundbreaking technology, you know, that's never been done before in gaming. It's just, you know,
but it's also Postmortem. It's like what they did already, right? And we were talking about like their mistakes and expectations, which is really cool. I honestly, for me, this was kind of important to read, because right now I have an urge to play Star Citizen, but whenever I get in, I deflate. And and I
empathize with that.
I was thinking about like what could change it, and if I had this crappy system for that we have for bounty hunting with reputation, if I had that system for delivery missions, I think I would play. However, there's a huge problem with this, and they addressed this as well. They said they made missions for the quantum sensitive missions for Hurston, and they upped the pricing and everything, and I went and tested that on the stream. And at the end of the stream I was like, okay, I'm gonna take one on Hurston after doing all the bounties, and just like to chill and fly my ship, and I'm fine. And I was flying 125, which is not something I fly a lot, and it's fun. And I was like, okay, so this is 20,000, and that's not that bad, and I have to just pick up at one location and drop it to another location.
Takes a long time though.
Another side of the planet, 1,800 kilometers. And I tried, and after 300 I was like, okay, it's not happening. It will take 4 hours for me to deliver this. If I just want to point out one thing, and I should have said this at the beginning. Still no 30Ks for me. Still no 30Ks. And last week I streamed a total of about 10-12 hours, plus I played off stream as well. Not a single 30. I'm just super lucky, I guess. I know people are getting them, but for me, I'm in frame rate, dude. Like, frame rate is better. Like, I'm streaming with preview with camera. I had no hiccups, nothing. I was mind blown actually by performance. So some creator craze do. Although I don't think this is like them doing something. It's more like maybe there's less servers are being played on because PTU. There's a lot of new stuff on PTU, so people are playing there probably.
That's where I really want to see the performance improve, because apparently it's been pretty abysmal. But yeah,
let's see.
Yep.
Okay.
The last little bit that jumped out at me was basically again, Tony Z. This obviously like down the road, but last week we kind of talked about the bits of server meshing that had ended up on the progress tracker that looked basically, they called it hybrid. So I'm guessing like the more static version of server meshing versus the long-term goal that they had. And Tony's even kind of mentioned in this breakdown about, second star system and server meshing being on the horizon. And I'm kind of wondering if that's kind of what he's referring to. Is this because again, like they're pushing for CitizenCon being out of this solar system and stuff like that. I wouldn't be surprised to see them push out like a cut down version of server meshing that allows you to transfer between like Pyro and that. But
okay, server meshing is ready and done. I'm just going to say it right here. And
not the dynamic version. I don't think the
dynamic version is done and ready, and it's in the other game already. It's in New World already. It's working.
Yeah, okay,
and it's
but on
not
the progress
flawless.
tracker...
But I'm going to talk about this later.
Mm-hmm.
It's there, and people who don't play Star Citizen are so fucking confused about what's happening. And I'm playing, and I'm like, there it is, man. There it is. And I was so excited to see the first playable version of their idea of server meshing in the game. However, the difference is New World has servers, so it's divided to like areas, like Europe, US East, US West, whatever, US Central, South America, whatever. And then there you have like a bunch of servers. So EU has like, I don't know, like 40, 50 servers.
Yeah.
But then they have zones. Like the world map is, I don't know, like 15 zones right now. And then how did I figure this out? Is this is so crazy. During the weekend, servers were dying basically, so they had to like do maintenance multiple times, and people were getting disconnected, not being able to connect back in. So I was playing with this other person on the same server, and we were in different zones, right? Like on the same server in a different zone on the same map. So within the same map. By the way, New World has no loading screens. Right, so just like Star Citizen, you seamlessly go from zone to zone. Nothing loads in. You see everyone around you. So if there's a rabbit jumping from one zone to the other, you see it. And while you're crossing through, no one is like disappearing and appearing and all that. So seamless meshing. So what happened is within one zone, there's like bunch of little clusters that are basically small servers. It's so good when it works, man. The reason I figured this out, because I ended up hitting the invisible wall where there's no wall, and the person who was on the same server in the same zone but like further away got disconnected, and I couldn't like go into that part where they were, right? Yeah. And I was not disconnected. I was still playing the game. The server was down, and I was playing for Nesta. There was other problems, like the NPC animals generation stopped, and regeneration of resources and all that. But I was seeing other people running around in my cluster. We just couldn't get out of it.
It just wasn't handing off to that other server that was part of the mesh, because that part of the server was down.
And I figured out by the size. Well, obviously this is all like my speculation. I'm not a developer. I have no clue about what I'm talking about right now. but from my observation, I would say there's probably about, I would say, like couple of hundreds of these little like meshed servers per zone in New World, and it's when it works, and it works most of the time. Just to put it out,
So
it's
that
seamless.
right there
Holy
is
shit.
static server meshing.
What do you mean?
That's static server meshing, because if they have basically an area, overall area, and then and then they've divided that area up into smaller zones, and each one of those zones is running on its own server, that's static. That's the one that...
Oh, you want to say like the ship, for example? If there was a ship with people that was instanced as well, that would be dynamic.
Dynamic basically means that they can break, so they can break those zones up even smaller if the populations in them are high enough that they warrant
I think that's happening. I think within the same city, so that, let's say one city can hold like 300 people, for example, and then, but there's no way to know how many people are going to run in because there's no loading screens, man. Like the servers are huge, and
and you would need those. You'd need loading screens if you're going to do like sharding or something. Like
exactly,
that.
and you would see like people popping in and out. That's not happening. Like everyone's in the same world on the same server, and sometimes you will see like, you know, 20 marauders coming back from pillaging or whatever, coming back into the city, and obviously like this now is has to be like crunched into like little, like divided into smaller shards or whatever. Man, it's really without knowing this, I would just be like, whatever, you know, like there's some issue, I can't go through this, that there's like a texture or something, whatever the fuck. But no, like, you know, diving deep into Star Citizen, I'm like,
we've been hearing about this,
dude. This is it. It's happening. It's crazy.
Well, it makes sense, right? Like you said, it's like the same engine, and it's, you know, obviously, I mean, it stands to reason that CIG would have cut some sort of a deal with Amazon for their.
We'll talk about this more later. This is why I wanted New World.
At any rate, Tony Z talking about the server meshing on the horizon or whatever, I'm reasonably certain that's referencing all the like Atlas system, hybrid system, and stuff like that we just got added to the progress tracker, which is wrapping up work like end of August, end of September-ish. And I will preface this by saying I am a jaded Star Citizen backer who's been having the server meshing carrot dangled in front of me since like 2016. But at this point, I don't know. I'm not holding my breath. I'm not going to get hyped. But, you know, stuff like this just kind of makes me go, wouldn't surprise me if we saw a basic version of server meshing, you know, working for CitizenCon area.
Honestly, now that I've seen this in New World, I think the difference is obviously New World is two-dimensional, kind of like you have Earth, right? You have whatever area you're running on, and that's it. You can't like go up and down and whatnot. So for sure, in a space game, it's gonna be more difficult to implement and all that, but
so much more space involved.
I mean, they could start doing something like this with like a city or a space station or something like that, and
or
show
even
us like
Crusader, Hurston, you know, like Microtech, all those are basically running on their own little servers, kind of a thing. But
as a Star Citizen player, I was just mind blown seeing this. I was like,
actually see it working. I still think for SC, I think it's like the full dynamic thing. I mean, you can see it on the progress tracker, like it's scheduled for.
Well, we'll talk about this.
You know,
there's so many things when I mention them, you're gonna be like, huh. You'll see like how many connections there are.
Well, let's go on to SCL then and go over that, and then we'll jump into the main topic, which is basically what we're talking about.
Yeah. So we didn't have IC. This is the last week where they're like on the break. So next week we're going to have in Star Citizen. But we had Star Citizen Live with a lot of value, as you know. Like it was a fat episode, and I would say not many new things were said. It was called That Vehicle Live 314, where vehicle experience team was there with a lot of what was it, like 5 people plus Jared, I think. And
Was it 4 plus Jared? I don't know, something like that.
Doesn't matter. But yeah,
Yeah,
but
doesn't matter.
they touched on a lot of things. And this will be hard for me to explain. Like, I liked how informative this episode was. And for me, it was more about seeing, because when you see, like, let's say we just talked about Postmortem, where you can see like lines of text, and somehow you interpret that like the way you want to, and you imagine these people maybe like saying it, but not like, like you know,
you can't actually hear the way that they're saying it. You can't hear the tone
see the
of their
emotion,
voice.
passion, whatever. And for me, this was like seeing them talking about this gives me the actual idea of how they feel about what we're working on. And I gotta say, as much as I liked the episode, it just made me realize even more that this might not be the game for me, because this doesn't mean that, or not like game for me, like not the game that I expect it to be or what I wanted it to be, because of how disconnected my idea based on experience in playing MMOs are compared to some of their ideas, and how passionate they are about some things that I think are wrong in my own like mind or whatever. I'm not, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I think it's fair to say that, like, you can tell like Dave Coulson and some of the people on that panel are like hardcore sim guys, and hardcore sims aren't something that,
it just does not translate very well into MMO.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
And don't get me wrong, the reason I was excited about New World, for example, or playing Elder Scrolls Online after 16 years of playing World of Warcraft, and not really being able to jump into Final Fantasy or Guild Wars 2, is because those are like super heavy fantasy worlds, where Elder Scrolls Online and New World are soft fantasy, where like armors are down to earth, like you're riding a horse, you're
right,
you know what I mean, like it's more realistic, even though it's a fantasy world, right? So and Star Citizen as well, like I want it to be as realistic as it can be while still being a game and an MMO. I like playing sim games on a side. I play Flight Sim 2020, I drive, like I love that shit, but that's not an MMO. It's not where you go to like escape reality and whatnot. Your note is first here, and I freaked out about it actually.
Okay, well, I said this mainly, well, actually, let's just deal with that. Okay, a little bit later. First of all, my take on this one was again, like mimicking you in that I don't think, like, for me, there wasn't a ton of new information there, because I don't know, like we just went over the patch watches the last like 2 episodes, it's pretty much what we saw there, but there was some interesting little things that kind of jumped out that hadn't necessarily been said in clear wordage before. If you want to jump right into the first one, they talked about ballistics and how they want ballistics damage to work in this game, or in 3.14, like insofar as like they want basically shield. They want it to basically bleed through shields, and then the weaker the shield is, the more the damage kind of bleeds through the shields. And when I was listening to that, I just basically kind of, it made me just see how, I don't know, it referenced back to all the stuff I've been hearing on various social media platforms and from various streamers and stuff like that about ballistics and how OP they are, and everybody's suggesting all these changes for OP, or like for ballistics and stuff like that. And I think I get it, like, and obviously, like they're gonna work. They've said this flat out. They're working to balance ballistics to for the game that we're playing right now, and then they're going to rebalance them again for physicalized damage. But I think it's that aspect that a lot of people forget, or maybe don't know, is kind of what the idea for ballistics is long term when you have physicalized damage in. And that is basically that it's all about projectile mass and velocity. if you with the, at least as far as I've read and from what I've heard people like other devs kind of talk about, when you have physicalized damage in, if you have a projectile shooting through a shield, what happens is that shield will slow that projectile down. And what the result of that is not necessarily that the projectile does less damage necessarily. It will, because it'll be going slower, which means it's not going to penetrate as far through the ship, or maybe at all. It could just kind of, especially if you're dealing with armor, a slower projectile is going to literally just bounce off of the hull and do nothing. And that's kind of where, like, I think a lot of people lose sight of that, or don't know that. Like the way the ballistics are going to handle and physicalized damage is going to be something that you fire at somebody to penetrate the hull and damage interior components, because that's the whole point of them, is they're supposed to go through the ship, damaging stuff on the interior before exiting the other side, or just basically blowing up inside the ship. But if you're firing at a target with shields up, with the physicalized damage model, you're just basically wasting ammo potentially.
You're not. If it was like that, I'd be okay with it, but you're not. I don't think you are. So let's dive deep into this and why I'm freaking out on this. I personally want ballistics to be very strong against the hull, because it's like they're physically damaging it, and as you said, penetrating potentially, which leads into depressurizing your ship, potentially causing fire,
damaging components,
life-threatening, and all that. And the fact that the shields are not completely neutralizing ballistics means that every encounter potentially will depressurize your ship or hit you in the head through your fucking like, you know what I mean? Like there's no safety. There's no encounter in which you can maneuver out of it and have your ship fine. And I think it's very important, if we're building this connection with our ships, that there is this area of safety where I can potentially, if I do good and my ship is in good condition, I can save myself from the hull being penetrated or something like that. Because we're not playing World of Warships where after 15 minutes of gameplay you queue up for another game. No, this is your home. It's your home. So
with the way it is right now, you're guaranteed to take damage when you get hit by a ballistic.
Yes.
The way it is going to be, there is a chance, if you have your full shields up, that there will be no damage at all.
I know what you're saying, but what I want, and obviously that's just what I want. You can't get what you want all the time, right? But what would make more sense to me and make me more comfortable is that in order to penetrate my ship, you have to shut down the shields somehow. So either using laser weapons to like completely bleed my shield out until it's so thin, then you can actually penetrate with ballistics, or somehow EMP, or somehow disable the power so that my shields are not working, and then you can use your ballistics to do what ballistics are supposed to, and this would make me much more comfortable from both sides. Like, and another thing is, the reason they obviously don't want people to use ballistics all the time, but ballistics are just better. Like, literally using lasers is a waste of time.
Right now, for sure.
Right now, but like even later,
actually in all previous patches,
and the way they're trying to balance this out is, let's make an ammo count super ridiculously low, which really doesn't feel good. It really doesn't feel good. Like, if you're having, like these ballistics guns on a spaceship and you can only shoot for 2 seconds, it's just silly. It just doesn't fucking feel good at all, and to me at least. So there are at least two ways to balance this. Either you're going to reduce the ammo count, which they went for, or you can make ballistics like, you know, if the shield acts like a jelly, where like the ballistics just like get stuck in, and they can't, because you can gamify this 100%. Like you cannot tell me that you cannot make it make sense. Yes, you can. They just don't want to do it that way.
Well, no, because, and frankly, they are doing that, because that's one of the things they've said, is that there will be shields that are focused on basically fully stopping ballistics. That existed before the Sukuran shields, by the way. Like, that was a thing that was around in the Arena Commander days, was a shield that was specialized and better at stopping ballistics than others. So run with those.
So what happens if you have those and someone comes with lasers?
Well, you're at a disadvantage, because that's the choice you make.
But that's too. But you're making this choice based on what? Because here's the problem. If you overcomplicate this, again, it's not World of Warships, it's not Arena Commander. It's a world we live in. The world we fly our homes around the world. So you can't really prep yourself for everyday possible attack or anything like that. Which is why I think the rules need to be more concise. In a way where, okay, I have my shields fully charged. Like right now, you get into a medium-sized ship, right? And a lot of people are just like, turn it on and start flying, not realizing that their shields are at like 5% because they did not get to charge, right? So you can, like, those things, like you can say that the shield for a big ship charges for half an hour. You know, it's fine.
Yeah.
Or something like that. But I would like that there's like much less that diversity within what penetrates what, and the choices. I don't know.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, ultimately, who knows how things are going to end up. I think the other thing that could end up balancing, and obviously doesn't right now because it's so easy to just rip back somewhere and rearm, you know, but that rearming, cost of ammo, stuff like that could be potentially used to balance ballistic usage and stuff like that as well.
That's a single player mindset. I'm sorry, man, but like that, here's why. Like the whole cost of torpedo, right? Let's say torpedo is 100,000 alpha UC, right? And it's hard to get 100,000 alpha UC. But in a game where like we have thousands of players flying around, and that one torpedo hits my ship, and my ship is fucked, I don't care how much you paid for that torpedo. That's not my problem. I have a problem that I don't have a ship. You know, we're not playing in World of Warcraft, we're not playing Arena here, and then you have used your cooldown. No, you have ruined my ship. I don't care how much you have to pay for it anymore. Like, or if you have to what is that my problem that you have to replace that?
But I think you're looking at that the wrong way. I think that one thing you have to look at is from the other direction as well. If it is a pain in the ass to be constantly going back to rearm, or it's prohibitively expensive, though I don't necessarily agree with that tactic, then it reduces the chances of people running with full ballistic builds. The other thing to think about is that, like, okay, so what are we talking about here? So like, are we talking about like just like where are we playing? You know what I mean? Like I don't think it's unreasonable to have to think, okay, I'm going to Pyro, which means the chances of me encountering a hostile player who might potentially be running with a real fuck you up build, you know, I don't think it's unreasonable to think, okay, maybe I should try to adjust my shield.
You can have all this with the gameplay that I'm suggesting. You can still have it the same way. It's just more readable, let's say, which you need for an MMO. Because he can also have the same build, but he just needs to disable my shields first. And then time to kill will be immediate, right?
Well, okay, I'll agree with you insofar as like the fact that it is still more effective to run monoboat ballistics right now indicates that it's not it's not where they want it to be.
And I don't think the armor and physical is, sorry for interrupting. I don't think the armor and physical damage will change this. But for me personally, that's unplayable, unenjoyable, let's say. Because I want to have a chance to escape with my ship intact.
Yeah, but again, like for me, that just comes down to it. For me, what it comes down to is like, what are the, at like long term? We're playing the MMO or whatever. What are the real odds that you're going to run into somebody who's running this like incredibly focused ballistics build?
If it's effective, then there's big odds. Any
But
player,
what are they doing to
ruining
basically
your
go,
day, whatever the fuck.
I'm gonna run this build that means I'm basically gonna be effective for under 5 minutes when I get into combat.
Yeah, what if
And
there's
then I'm gonna
4 of us
fun.
with this?
That is true. When you're thinking like beyond one.
And then let's talk about NPCs. I go into bounty hunting mission with like 20 NPCs, and you know, a chance of ballistic going through my head through the shield.
Yeah,
Great gameplay, man. Like, I just dropped dead. It's like it's literally like playing a FPS mission right now, where a bullet goes through the fucking wall and kills you in one shot. Great gameplay, very immersive, and very enjoyable.
If that ends up being something that is common, then I will agree with you.
I don't care if it's common, dude. If there's a chance for that in a game where life matters, it's an absolute fucking dog shit, because I don't want to play real life. Yeah, if a bullet hits me in the head in real life, there's 95% chance that I'm going to drop dead, right? Even if I'm in a car or a truck, whatever. But I'm playing a game. And an MMO where you invest your time, and, you know, like, it's...
Yeah. I guess like the other here's a way to look at it as well. Like, you can be playing an MMO. Let's say you're playing, I know WoW is non grata right now, but let's just use this as an example. You're playing in a PvP server. You're level 10. There's nothing stopping somebody who's flagged and level 100 coming by and literally just one-shotting you.
2 problems.
Is that fun gameplay?
2 problems. No, it doesn't matter. First of all, it doesn't matter. It's just a little bit of my time. The other thing is, let's talk about 2 level 100s with the same gear, because that's what Star Citizen is. There's no levels. And I'll give you another example from Elder Scrolls Online that is actually more, what broke Elder Scrolls Online PvP, and they changed it. So this exact thing happened in Elder Scrolls Online. So Elder Scrolls Online has health, mana, and shields. So if you like shield yourself, you're immune to damage until the shield bleeds out, right? And then you're being damaged, where you can heal yourself as well, which you cannot just heal your ship, right? But let's say, and then there are types of damage, right? There's like in World of Warcraft. And then they made this damage type that is called like Oblivion damage or something. I don't remember, sorry. And you had the set that puts a dot of this Oblivion damage on you that ignores everything. It ignores armor, it ignores shields, it ignores air. So it's a small dot, right? But what it does, it ignores everything. So you use a skill to shield yourself, but you're still losing health, which is so irritating. And it stacks up, right? So if 3 people are using bow with the Oblivion damage, your health just like going down. You try healing yourself, but it's just going down. It's so fucking frustrating. And in the end, they changed it. They had to change it because the feedback was like, "What the? People didn't want to play PvP anymore." It's an MMO. It's not. You can't just have a one-shot mechanic in it. It's stupid. And that's what it is. One bullet can disable your ship.
Actually. How are they going to do, like? How are they going to handle projectile penetration and?
I don't think they think about it. It's so simple. If your shield is impenetrable until disabled, you're fine. There's your gameplay. Find a way to disable shield, and the other person needs to find a way to either disable your shield first.
If somebody disables your shield, and then you get a bullet through the cockpit,
that's okay.
That's okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because there's beef in between. Like, there's a window for me to save myself or counterattack, or there's no like fucking RNG chance that I'm gonna get either killed or my ship killed in one random bullet or whatever the fuck. Man, that's such a single player take. I'm gonna calm down now, and we can agree to disagree. But this,
No,
if
I don't know. You're right there,
if
but
this happens, if this comes live, I'm not playing this game. That's like straight up. That's it. It's not for me.
if it ends up being broken and not fun like that, sure.
I'm
but at that
guaranteeing
point-
if there's a chance for you to die with a random bullet while you're in your ship, it's broken. The first time it happens, you're gonna feel vulnerable all the time. It just feels bad because you have no tools to protect yourself from it.
I know how frustrating it is because we've been dealing with shield holes for God knows how long, and I've had a saber.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah,
Show up permission and just die.
yeah.
Woo, that was fun.
That's a shield hole. Actually, shield hole is that actual mechanic, the way they're describing it in future, but just intended.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see how it is. I still think if they manage to get it to a point where I think that's it. Like, I think if running solid ballistic loadouts, like just monoboating is a thing, I think that's a pretty good indication that the balance is off. And you're right. Maybe that is the solution. Maybe the solution is to make it so that just, shields are shields, and
Here's the
and
thing.
then what happens afterwards, when you're actually hitting on the hull, is
if the armor thickness of the hull is impenetrable by a certain amount of so if one bullet goes through the shield and hits the armor and deals there's a dent on it, and you have an armored ship, right, which is just fixed and everything, and you need 300 bullets to actually penetrate through shield and armor, and there's no way of a bullet going through and critically damage a component or anything,
unless it was a fucking size 6 cannon or something like that, in which case you got in front of a size 6 cannon.
Sure, but if the arming of that cannon and the ship actually having to lock on you before shooting, or so you have time to escape or whatever the fuck. If you're if you're trying to die, then that's different. You can turn off your shields and just die and stuff like that because it's a big gun or whatever.
That's been the way I've interpreted it, but obviously we don't have it yet. But that's exactly it. Where the ballistics that bleed through your shields are traveling slow enough that, like you said, they leave a dent rather than punching through your hull, unless they're a high enough caliber that they just basically, if you get in front of them, they're gonna punch a hole through your ship.
And that's okay, except for when we play World of Warships, right? You have a ship above the water, and whatever is underwater, there's a thin line where you can still damage, but then you cannot hit the propeller and disable the ship. You can.
What do you mean?
You can.
So they
but
just
I press R and it's fixed, and then I have cooldown for that to happen again. Okay. So what I'm saying, if I have, you have ballistics and I have shields and I have thick armor, and you go behind me and you use ballistics and shoot my fucking thrusters, and I'm dead in space now. What then? How is my armor protecting my fucking thrusters or whatever? Which is exactly what they were explaining here. We want people to be able to go and shoot your thrusters, and therefore you cannot fly anymore. Which sounds great in a single player game where I'm chasing an NPC and I'm disabling them, But it doesn't sound great if I'm being chased by two motherfuckers shooting ballistics into my engines, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, unless they gamify it and just basically say that armor is armor, and
well, then it's not physicalized.
Physicalized enough, but again, I mean, all this comes down to gamification or whatever, right? But yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
Yeah, I like the idea of making it so that ballistics are just basically used for, because the other thing is why use laser weapons at all then? I mean, I guess there's the ammo, but
what do you mean? What do you mean? In which case? In my case or current case?
Well, and if ballistics do damage to shields and are fully stopped by shields, and then
they don't do damage to shields. That's what it is. So in my world, shields just soak the ballistics. So you use lasers to thin the shields, or EMP to shut down the power, and then you have to use ballistics, because I would do it this way, right? So laser weapons, energy weapons, can deal damage to your hull, heat damage kind of. So it would take forever to fuck you up if you're like AFK and your shields are up, and someone comes and has ballistics only, and they are like they slowly like bleed your shields out with ballistics, right? With lasers, and then they start like firing at your ship with lasers. In like 10 minutes, yeah, they're gonna like fucking make a hole in the ship because of heat or whatever. But if you like, but the idea is like so energy weapons kill shields, ballistics kill hull. So you have to like use, and then you have to use bot. Like there you go, you have to use bot.
Yeah, look at how that worked out for Elite Dangerous. They did that for their on foot combat, and it was fucking. It sucked.
But that's a stupid part of it. That's not the mechanic that you want to have on foot. FPS is FPS. That's what I'm saying. I need to be. I need to have some kind of safety within my fucking ship. If I'm EVAing, fucking any bullet will kill me, right? Like, of course. Yeah. We have.
I agree.
We are Star Citizen, not Elite Dangerous. Thanks. Yeah. For that.
I agree insofar as I don't want to have it as a position where like you have full shields and you get caught with like a random like mantis round in the cockpit and you die. That's not fun. I'll agree with you there. But my whole point about like don't freak out about ballistics is the point I'm trying to get at is that we don't have the full story yet. And that's why
yeah, I don't care. Because but that's okay. I mean, I think a lot of people are okay with this and a lot of people are not, and I am on the other side where I don't agree, because I've listened to what they're saying, and what they're saying gives me the idea of gameplay that I don't want to play, which I just
but what they're also saying is that the whole point of all this is the beginning parts of them balancing, and they flat out said when physicalized damage happens they're going to have to rebalance. So like that's kind of my thing, is like even if it does come out and they stick to their guns on this and it ends up being something that's not fun, it'll probably change. Yeah.
But the problem with that for me in my fucked up head is that they have no clue what they're talking about. And yeah, I believe strongly that CIG will come to a conclusion that I'm saying now. I am certain, well, I could be wrong obviously, but from my perspective, I think they're going to roll out this system, and then people are going to freak out, and because they play the game themselves, will figure out like, holy shit, this is crap. And then they're going to go back to what I'm saying right now, and anyone who's been playing MMOs will and reads it the way I'm reading it will say this is not good. And then what's going to happen is they're going to spend money that you're giving them to develop something that a lot of us know is not going to fucking work.
Here's the thing, though. I don't know, like that whole like, oh, it's not going to work thing. Like that's an argument that has been brought towards Star Citizen from the fucking beginning.
And this a lot of times was
because
correct.
You're not doing it. No, the project itself. You're not. It'll never work because you're not doing it the way that it's always been done. And so I want them to try it. I don't think it's a waste of money. Try it. See if it works. See if it's fun. If it isn't, okay, you were right. But at least we tried it. You know what I mean?
And we get 3 more years of development.
Sure.
Okay.
But like, if it's a question of like shifting values around, they've already said like that's not where the work is. Like this is why we were watching the Nubifier breakdown of this before we started, and he literally just said FFS when they talked about like rebalancing afterward. Like that part's like. Balance in games like in MMOs and stuff like that is constantly ongoing, and when you have the systems in place and all you're basically doing is tweaking values, and then sure sometimes it gets to a point where it warrants like a redo, I'm not really worried about that.
Well,
Like,
if it was like that, like throughout the history with CAG, I wouldn't worry about it at all, and I don't think Nubify would as well. But CAG has a history of making something and then remaking it completely from the beginning, and many times. And I understand Nubify's point of view, and I'm the same because I want this game, I want to play it, and I don't want to play it in 20 years.
yeah. But
So-
honestly, this sort of shit happens all the time in any game.
But they're not presenting like that. They did not say, okay, we can just change this, tweaking the numbers. No, they said we are going to rebalance. Like, what do we know what that is? It's again, the communication is shit. I'm being very salty.
Yeah. At any rate, okay. Ballistics, we've talked about it. There's a lot that they have to fucking do still. Do you want to move on, or do you want to keep talking about it?
We can move on.
The next one I thought was interesting that jumped at me was they were talking about setting up like the ability to do repeated scan pulses. And at first they said that they were like, well, they didn't really want that, but then Mark was like, if we don't allow flexibility and functionality, players are just going to build macros to do it. And I thought that was an interesting take. You know, that's something I like hearing from developers when they are analyzing a mechanic or looking at a mechanic, instead of just sticking to their guns on something and saying, you know, nope, this is going to be the way the mechanic's going to work, you know, even if this would make it, you know, if it would improve quality of life to do it otherwise, you know, just realizing that if we don't do it, chances are players are just going to do it.
I agree. Great take, great explanation.
Yeah, I just really like Mark. It was good to see him on a show. We don't really see him on very many shows lately. He's the guy who used to do Bug Smashers.
Yeah.
I mean, one, because I've done two now, and there's a third. The third one's mine too.
Well, I'm just gonna touch on these two things. They talked about range of weapons and how they feel about it, and you know, the what is it, like 1200 or whatever.
Yeah, they said 1200 was the sweet spot.
I'll just be very honest about this. Do whatever you want with this. Is the number tweaking, right? So just I don't know. Like give it to me.
Yeah.
Let me play with it for a while, and I'll have an idea, and so will the rest of community, and then get the numbers from us, get the feedback, and then change it, play the game, you know, themselves with us in the PU, figure it out, and then tweak it. I no problems with that. They decided to go with this number. I don't care. It's fine.
Sure. The problem I had with that it's not really a problem so much as like, I don't know if changing the weapon ranges is gonna, like, is that gonna fix the like jousting issues and speed issues that we have? It doesn't seem like it is to me.
Nothing's gonna change that. The only way that you can change that is slow down the combat, like big time, and physicalize damage. We talked about this. It's like, that's why I keep bringing World of Warships, and I hope that more Star Citizen players will at least go and watch World of Warships to realize what the positional combat is. I don't care if you like the game or not, whatever. I don't care. It's whatever the fuck. But like that's where you see, and you watch me play it a couple of times, and like I have to turn the bow of the ship, depending on the ship I'm in, towards the, you know, the other ship that is using armor penetrating shells, so that I don't get penetrated through the citadel, or, you know, like I need to change to high explosive shells if I'm firing at another ship that is turned bow to me, and, you know, I need to like go around the island and like try and intercept them from the side so that I can get the nice hit through their citadel and whatnot. But in order for the game to work like that, you need to slow it down big time. We're way too we're arcadey fast in Star Citizen. It's just like, it's ridiculous. It's fun,
honestly,
but it's arcadey.
SCM is fine. It's just, it's still way too easy to get over SCM.
I think SCM is too fast as well. I'm sorry, but like, I always flying SCM when I'm fighting, but it's fast. It's too fast for this. It's just like when you're fighting with another ship, even the NPCs. So, and it was my small hawk versus the Valkyrie. So small ship versus large ship, and I was trying to keep behind her, But the way that thing turns is just like it's too fast. Like, and I'm not only talking about like how fast we fly, it's also how agile the ships are. Like, I want a ship like Valkyrie, man. It needs to take time to roll,
Yeah.
or
that's
turn.
Something that we're gonna have to see, because neither of us have played 314, and that is like the whole yawing and rolling rates are something that they've directly changed. But
anyways,
this does kind of stem into the third and final one that I had down here was G-forces. Like, we still don't really have G-forces coming into play in dogfighting. Like, not really, not unless you're like really pushing it up to those ridiculous high speeds.
And even then, you can just brush it off, right? You just roll and you're good.
So like, and it's at those really, really high speeds where you're going to encounter those G-forces when you're trying to change your directions and stuff like that. And if that is more of a factor in it, it might be more of the, and this is the reality of fighter planes even today. Like, it's not even necessarily what the plane can do, it's what the squishy meat sack inside of it can actually handle.
Yeah.
So that could be something. They talked about this a little bit, and this is something where even I am starting to think maybe this is overcomplicating it.
I have a solution, by the way, for that. I think it's overcomplicated as well. But
yeah,
if I say I don't want that, sorry, go for it.
Well, just let me finish the
Yeah.
So Coulson, I think it was Dave Coulson, was talking specifically about how different types of maneuvers inflict different types of G-forces to you. So like, if you're traveling in atmosphere really hard in a direction and you nose down really hard, the G-forces that hit you are basically from the blood coming up from the lower parts of your body to your head. That's where you get the red out effect.
He's explaining realistically how it works in real life, and they're trying to have that in game.
The other side of that, is like, like if you pull back on the stick, you get the blood basically going, away from your head, and that's where you get the blackout effect. So they've already had that in game, but they've talked about I don't know, I have to go back and listen to that section again, but like, they've talked about different tolerances to different types of G-force. Whereas, for example, like getting hammered into the back of your seat from just like straightforward acceleration, the human body can tolerate a lot more G-forces that way than they can going up or down or from side to side especially. Like, that's where you start, like, that's why F1 drivers have like neck braces, basically.
You see their necks though, like that's what they train for their whole life. Like, their neck is like fucking heavyweight boxers and they're kids. Like, it's so funny.
So like, and that's where like they talk about basically our characters having different resistances to those types of G-forces and how they will build up over time. And while I think that would definitely be a factor in balancing how fast people are moving, I worry about it being that like, I'm okay with like blackout, redout. That's whatever, like that's standard in a lot of different, flight sim games and space sim games. But going further than that may be a little bit too much. I don't know.
Here's my take and solution to this, personally, what I think would work. If I said it's overcomplicated, which I agree with you, I think it is, and again, I want to play a game, not have real life there, I would say that we don't really need G-force. Just limit us with ships and you're fine. However, that would take away skill of a pilot who knows where the edge is, pushing their ship a little bit further and actually excelling at PvP or racing or some other.
That's something you see in like a lot of the old school racing videos in there, right? Like, they're almost constantly in either blackout or redout, and they're just like pushing themselves through it.
I would say they can go with this as far as they want, and they can use it as a limitation to how fast you can maneuver your ships, right? As a mechanic.
Mm.
As long as you know how we have coupled and decoupled mode.
Yeah.
So if I can switch my ship to protect me from G-forces, and then I am limited to certain.
Yeah. Well, there's
Right?
also G-safe. Like that's literally what G-safe is.
Exactly. So as long as that, as long as you can do that, and you're fine, and then the other person can go to extreme, but they have to be able to fucking die. Like it has to be
Yeah.
risk reward,
Yeah.
or fucking lose everything. You know,
Right.
fucking
Yeah.
lose control
Yeah.
over your ship for 10 seconds. And have brain damage or whatever the fuck, you know, because we're playing with
Or
Death of the Space
slam
Marine.
into an asteroid,
Or just die,
whatever
have a heart
else.
attack,
Yeah.
whatever the fuck, you know. There's a chance of you, if you're pushing it to the limits, you're gaining advantage like this. I have no problems with that because you're risking your life, your ship, your everything. Let's go. You know, I can try and play defensively, and you can.
Right. Okay.
Right?
Okay. So that's it basically. So G-safe basically means that you don't have to worry about overcomplicated G systems.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's just if you want to basically risk that extra is
But-
where you turn off G-safe and
Yeah, but it needs
take your
to
life in
be
your hands.
competitive with and without. So I have to be able to fight the other person who is turning it off.
Yeah.
And it has to be, there has to be a reason for, like, they need to gain an advantage and use this in extreme situations.
Yeah. Yeah.
And have a chance to fuck up and just fucking.
You know what? I think actually they've built, or at least they built that failsafe in by talking about G fatigue, because that's the other thing, right? Like
you know,
if
this
you
do this forever, right? Like it's gonna get.
yeah,
to
exactly. Like if you're gonna push to the limit, disable G-safe and stuff like that, well, there's only a certain amount of time you can do that before your pilot just can't anymore, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. We'll see how it goes then, I guess. But yeah.
Cool. Okay. This one with the armor, I just reconfirmed that physicalized damage and armor is in, and I think it's very important that every now and then in one of these shows they mention it, because a lot of people don't know about it. So it's just cool that they're not giving up on that, and we all now have it confirmed again. And I don't mind them confirming this again and again every 3 or 4 months or whatever. Like, just like, you know, passively. It's kind of cool because you never know. Like, they might give up on that, and then everything change. The whole perspective of the game changes. So
And there's new people.
exactly.
Like
so
there's that.
I'm cool with that. Not gonna expand on that. Like, we know what it is. We talked about it a lot. And now we come to the. If you thought that I'm pissed off about ballistics,
Yeah.
the one that I'm about to mention now is.
As soon as you wrote this one down, I was like,
fucking mind-blowing bullshit. And so they were talking about meta in an MMO, and for the first time, I was super happy to see Jared fight for the actual answer, and he tried and did not get it, because these guys are very stubborn as well, which is okay. You should be stubborn if you're creative. Otherwise, you're gonna get, you know, like, into the canal of something else and make something different. However, they were talking about, like, are we? Oh, it's so hard to explain, like, their train of thoughts and everything. But in short, they want to remove meta gameplay from the game. So for those who don't know what meta gameplay is, in every MMO and a lot of single player games, like I'm gonna say, like Skyrim, Oblivion. I played Oblivion for the first time recently on stream, and I'm playing with like sword and shield, and people come to my stream and they're like, what the fuck are you doing? You should play magic. And I'm like, what do you mean I should play magic? She's like, but that's the easiest way to kill everything. I'm like, I don't care. There's meta for every game in the world. There's meta is basically the most efficient way to do something.
Any game that is based on numbers that you can change by using different stats, different gear, whatever, you know, like there is going to be an optimum configuration depending on what you're trying to accomplish, though, I suppose. But yeah,
these guys, along with head management of PIG, most of them, this is where they show how delusional they are. they live in this imbecilic idea of creating an MMO with no meta gameplay. And they're wasting time and resources on trying to make a non-meta game when it's like saying, can we survive without breathing? No. So should we try? No, not really. We should spend time doing something else. Can we live on a world without water? Well, not really. I don't know. Like it's like that to me. Like you.
I'm gonna play
what are you doing? You're gonna play devil's advocate. I'm gonna
play devil's advocate, but for the most part, like I see where you're coming from, and I kind of agree with you. And so did Jared, like you were saying.
I think
he was the guy who's like, in every game, players work to find a meta. Like that's just it's a reality. Yeah, it's a reality. So the goal should be, how do you make it so that the meta is something that is not ridiculously, overpowered to the point where there's no point in playing anything else. Though my devil's advocate position comes in more from the perspective of like, and I have to watch this again because I'm not sure what their actual wordage was here, but like Star Citizen's whole thing is right tool for the job, right? Like right ship for the right job, right? So like and this is kind of what I was talking about last week, where I was like, right now the meta is like always this ship, always this loadout, period. That is an example of a fucking broken meta. Like that's stupid. That's the kind of meta I hate. But in the situation,
wait, let's stop there. So the meta, we're doing 3.13. Neither of us played 3.14, where meta is changing drastically and is still being defined, I would say, even though some people will say like it's this and that and whatever. But right now in 3.13, it's talons,
arrows.
I think it's a talon actually with two sides for
talon and arrow. Yeah.
So it's not one, it's two already. Do you know what I'm flying? I don't have either of these ships.
Canna.
No, I'm flying for combat. I'm flying my hawk. I don't care.
Yeah.
So there's meta, but and here's another thing. Like you watch these streamers that are playing meta builds and melting everyone. Can I tell you something? That same streamer that is really good at flying and combat will melt everything without meta as well. But they don't want to stab themselves in the back because they're going to encounter another good pilot and they don't want to be behind them. This also means that if I'm flying my hawk all the time with my own build, I can encounter dozens of people who are trying to follow meta but they're very uncomfortable with it, and I will still smash their faces and laugh about it because I know they're playing meta and I'm kicking their butt without meta. So for the most part, my suggestion, not that they're listening to us, but my suggestion would be don't worry about meta. If for some reason everyone is playing the same ship, tone it down a little bit.
Well,
that's it.
More so, I would like to see them just figure out why and then try to address the actual issue.
Well, tone down their issue, tone down whatever is the overpowered part of it.
And see, so more so, like what I'm concerned about with meta is exactly that. Like if there is like, if you are doing this job or this particular kind of a mission, then this is the meta build. If you were doing this particular thing and then this is the potential meta build or whatever. Like I'm okay with that sort of meta, and that's kind of how I interpreted it when I was listening to them. But like I said, I'm playing devil's advocate here because for the most part I'm
so. Yeah. Well, let me just finish with what you've said. Meta for fighting, right, does not mean that you can go with fucking arrow and mine, right? So every profession will have its own meta. And
I'm not necessarily even saying profession.
It's fine, whatever. Like what I'm trying to say, the meta will also shift over time when we get new weapons in the game, new ships in the game. Rebalancing, of course, needs to be a thing. In MMO, you're gonna have to balance the numbers for the eternity of the game because you're gonna add new content. So who the fuck cares? And
See it every expansion that WoW adds new classes.
Exactly.
You know?
And then they play around with it, and that's how it has to be. People will be pissed off, and those who know, they will just shrug it off and be like, I'm not gonna change the class. I'm gonna play my warrior, because when they balance it, I'm gonna be smashing again, or whatever the fuck. Now, here's my issue with this. What they said directly is, we don't want to allow people to define meta. We don't want to give them tools to define meta, right? That's what they said. We want them to find out, that we want people to find out in game what the best thing is. The whole meta thing started with Jared asking if we're gonna have a tool in our what's the name of the screens? Sorry, MFDs. That tells us how much shield or, you know, health on the wing is, or certain parts, and they were like, nah, we don't want that, because that bleeds back into knowing everything and, you know, playing a meta because you know all the numbers and all that. And let me tell you something, CIG imbeciles. I love you, but sometimes your takes are so stupid. We already have Subliminal. We already have Noodle. We already have Darklaw.
You're not even talking about them scraping the numbers.
No. There's going to be people who will, you know, guess what? It's been 16 years and people still go to Wowhead to check what the fuck is the best build. So the fact that you're hiding or trying to make everyone figure out the shit in the game is not going to work. People like me who don't give a shit about it are going to play their Hawks and make the build that works for them. And people who want to play the best thing are going to go to the website and fucking Google it. Whatever the fuck you do, they're going to Google the best build. And no matter what you do in this game, unless you make every ship the same, which World of Warcraft ended up doing, where every class can do everything, and every fucking weapon the same, you're gonna have meta. You're gonna have meta. And that's the fucking factual reality. And there's gonna be dozens of websites, if your game succeeds, that will have meta builds.
That's it. Frankly, just like to hear them talk about not wanting to give statistics that detailed
in a space game of spaceships with engineering,
with stuff like that, that's really nonsensical to me.
100%.
Just because, I mean, like, people are going to get the numbers. That's what Urkel has done already.
Well, they mentioned Urkel directly. They were like, Jared said, well, we have, and they were like, well, we don't want to give you like Urkel in game. Why? And this is so crazy, because they had, well, if we don't do this in game, people are going to make macros for it. And then 5 minutes later, they're like, we don't want to give you Urkel in game. What? It's exactly the same thing. Why are you not going to give me Urkel in game?
Fair. Yeah, I can't defend that. That's like, and I missed that. I totally missed that part of the. I didn't have a chance
yelling at the screen. I was like,
I didn't really.
Fuck.
I didn't have a chance to re-listen to the episode. Actually, I was just listening basically as I was like coming back from work on Friday, and yeah, that's something.
Not to mention the whole meta thing, right? Is based on 1 versus 1. If you have like 20 versus 13 ships fighting,
call it naive if you want to, but like, I think I like the idea of striving to get to a point where it's your play style that should be more of your focus rather than what's the best meta. Like in an FPS, for example, if I suck with shotguns, you know, or something like that, like, obviously it doesn't matter if that is the highest DPS if I suck with it. You know what I mean?
110, bro. 110.
It's like what you've been saying with you know, like with even in SC right now. Like, you'll encounter people in arrows or talons rocking the attritions or CF88s or whatever the
they don't know how to fly.
Yeah, and if you don't know how to fly, well, guess what? Your meta build isn't going to do you much good.
You just wasted time going all over the place getting the components. By the way, that's a good example. Like, for example, shotgun in Quake 3 deals 110% damage. I mean, health. So if you're good with a shotgun, you're going to one-shot people if you know what you're doing, right? Unless if they have armor. And you have two choices. I'm really good with railgun, but railgun, if they have one armor, I cannot kill them, right? And it has a long cooldown, and I have to swap weapons. I have to like railgun into rocket and whatnot, right? So I have two choices here. I can keep playing what I'm comfortable with, knowing what is meta, or I can bust my ass off getting better with the shotgun. And that's fine. It's my choice, right? I'm going to choose one or the other. You're not going to remove the meta. You can't. You can't. They will kill the game. It's over. If there's no meta, everything's the same. So don't worry about that. Don't waste your time and our money in trying to create a non-meta game. Just balance it after. Just balance it every now and then. That's fine.
Yeah. Well, and again, like it's make it so that there's exactly like just make it so that it's possible to play to your play style and still have a good time. That's the main thing I'm concerned
and even
about.
Now it is, man. Like I never tried Talon, bro. Like I chase down people and I fight Noodle whenever I see Moist Noodle in PO, green or red, whatever the fuck I'm doing, I'm gonna go and chase him down, and I'm gonna laugh about how quickly he's gonna decompose me, okay? And then I'm gonna do it again and again and again, and then he's gonna say, "Oh, Chag, you're using naughty Chag, you're using wrong missiles." Now I'm gonna go kick your, you know what I mean? And I'm gonna laugh about it. It's fine. And you know what I'm flying? I'm flying my Hawk. I don't care. I'm having fun. Who cares? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Good talk. That's legit. I don't really even have a lot there for the devil's advocate, more so just like, like I'm okay with there being meta to a point where it's like, if you're flying a heavy fighter and you are trying to do this mission,
it's okay.
That sort of stuff.
Like, let's say the best ship for a certain mission is Vanguard, but guess what? I don't have money for Vanguard, right? That's also it's not like you're selecting from the list what you want to play. No, we're gonna have a game with progression. You gotta get to your meta, and then what if meta shifts next month? Oh no, you wasted your money on a ship that you're not enjoying. You're gonna do it one time, then you're gonna be like, oh,
you're going
man.
back to the Arena Commander days there. That was definitely the thing. If you're playing Arena Commander, it's like, who can buy the next meta ship?
But you know what happened? Okay, let me give you the example. So I was playing Hunter in PvP in certain expansion and certain patch of... Oh, even better. I was playing Rogue in the arena, and I was a Dwarf Rogue. Okay, I love dwarves. Humans were changed from one expansion to the other, where their passive ability was basically a trinket insignia that removes right?
Yeah.
And it was toned down to the exact cooldown as the actual trinket. What this meant is that if you're playing a human, you can have two trinkets that do something, and everyone else needs to have this it's like locked slot for PvP, right?
Yeah.
So you know what I did? I paid money to Blizzard to change my dwarf into human so that I can be competitive, because meta is like that. And then they changed it. And I was like, no, I have to pay back to pay again. And you learn. Next time I was playing something that is not meta, I was like, I'll just play this. I don't care, because maybe next expansion my fucking whatever monk human will be good.
I remember when dwarf rogues were like one of the best to have, because you could stone form out of druid bleeds.
Out of anything, poison, bleed, whatever the fuck. Dwarves are super good in TBC and classic, so whatever. But that's what I'm saying. Like you try chasing meta once or twice, and then you're like, fuck, it's almost the same as meta anyways. So I'm just gonna play whatever I feel like playing. Who cares? Yeah, I just want them not to worry about that too much. That's all.
Yep.
And
you're right. That one fell flat.
The problem is them not thinking the way that I am thinking, and I'm sure a lot of other people are, means that they don't have actual experience in playing PvP MMOs. And that's a big problem for me, because they are making decisions and wasting time because they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about. How? You have 720 people.
I don't know.
And
I have
you're
less of a
watching
problem with the
streams.
whole them like not knowing what they're talking about thing, because like I don't know, people learn. It's the whole point, you know. Like especially when you're trying to do new stuff, right? Like you can't know everything when you're trying to do something. That's
Come on,
new.
man. This is not new. How we just talked about, you and me agreed with this because we
and
play
it seems
games.
super obvious to you. And it seems super obvious to me.
And it's not
But it's
super
not
obvious to
gonna
my
seem-
grandma because she doesn't play games, right? And that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
Or my father, that's not obvious to him. That's okay. But to a developer of an MMO who is in charge of the whole fucking department, that is in charge of making a gameplay, he needs to know this.
I don't know. It's again, like there are people who don't play MMOs. And yeah, you're working on an MMO, but guess what? This MMO isn't your traditional MMO. It's one that's vehicular based. So it makes sense that you've got a sim heavy developer working on the vehicle side of things.
But not talking about meta, dude. It's not. I'm not talking about. We're talking about meta, right? Like trying to remove meta. Yeah. There's so many of them agree on this, dude. What the fuck?
Well, we'll see. We'll see how it actually turns out. But yeah. Yeah, that was pretty tone deaf, I'll admit. Let's move on. Let's do the new world. The topic.
Okay, so the topic of our today's show is New World, but I promise you this. It's not about New World. So to ease you into this, the game is in closed beta. It's the most popular game currently on Twitch and on Steam. At times it peaked at 1 million players at the same time within the first week of closed beta, right?
Yep.
And I don't know why they call it closed beta, because anyone who buys the game can play it. But whatever, it doesn't matter. Or pre-purchase a game can play it. I was on the fence. I was waiting for New World for a long time. So there's basically, for people who are, and to explain this, not to be like, oh yeah, now that it's hype around it, I was waiting for whatever the fuck. No, as a long time MMO player, I was fed up, kind of, with World of Warcraft and Elder Scrolls Online. And for a long time now, before even knowing about New World, I was looking for something new. And I tried a lot of MMOs, and they just did not, like, I would go in, get excited for a couple of, I don't know, weeks or a month, and then I would just drop out of it. It would not, like, just feel like home. And then there are two games on the horizon that are potentially huge. One being New World, and the other one being Ashes of Creation. And there's like split community between these two, even though probably majority of us MMO players are going to play both games. I personally am not going to try Ashes of Creation. I don't care about it, but I think it's a great project with a lot of potential. I was immediately more interested in New World because one simple thing, it's less of a high fantasy MMO and more of, like, as they call it, like low fantasy MMO. So it's still a fantasy game, but you're fighting humans. You're fighting undeads, which is like a normal, like, fantasy thing. You're fighting wolves, bears, like you're chopping trees, right?
Like low, like for example, Witcher is considered low fantasy,
exactly,
because it's like, it's gritty, it's dirty, it's,
yes,
it's not the shining armor, castles, and
the armor is down to earth, like normal, what you would have on a normal human being and whatnot. Ashes of Creation, dragons, mythical creatures, huge armor pads, flying mounts. Nothing wrong with that. I just want to say, it's to each their own. It's a very popular take. Too. Yeah. No, me too. I played World of Warcraft. Yeah. But my interest was from the beginning in New World, and then it was really great for me to realize that New World is running on the same engine, Lumberyard, as Star Citizen. And both of these games are running on modified Lumberyard, right? To their own versions of it. So, I was given a key from Esotic, who is now part of their content creator program, and the key for beta, and I tried it. And I couldn't stop playing it for, like, I already racked up over 50 hours in it, had multiple streams of like 12 hours. And just to debunk this, because a lot of Star Citizen content creators are playing New World now, and we're going to talk about this in Stanton Gossip, where viewership or communities are accusing them for trying to fish for follows, and being paid by Amazon. First of all, content creators of Star Citizen are tiny compared to big content creators of Twitch. Shroud is playing New World. Asmongold is playing New World. People who are racking up 100, 200,000 views at people in their streams at a time. Our content creators here are, peaking at 200, 300, 400. So it's nothing. It's nothing compared to, for us, that's huge. And I'm not trying to disrespect any of our Star Citizen content creators. I watch them all. I love them. I care about them. But don't be naive. Amazon is not paying 300 viewer content creator to stream their game at the peak when they have other huge content creators playing it for no money. It's not happening. The other thing is, whoever is streaming other games, unless you are multiple tens of thousands viewer streamer, you are dropping views and follows. You're losing monetary by playing New World. The reason they're playing New World, I can promise you this. I would, what do you say, wager? Is that when you're willing to lose?
Wager.
Yeah, wager my ding dong on it that they're playing it because it's fun. There's no other reason. It's new and it's fucking great. And if you can, try it yourself. Okay, enough about that. The reason we have New World in this Star Citizen podcast is because there's many things that can be compared between these two games. They're both Triangle Sun engine, as I said. They're both PvE, PvP games, and they are both revolutionizing and hopefully New World successfully, but hopefully Star Citizen as well successfully, the whole MMO genre.
Is this something you're going to talk about the server meshing thing? Because that's another thing that they have in common, or we hypothesize.
Let's talk about that. So we already touched on that before. So basically, there's a couple of things that are so interconnected between these two games, and I am carefully, I don't want to say suggesting, but I almost feel like these two studios are developing the engine together. For example,
I think that's
we don't know that for a fact, right? But it really feels like it, and it would make sense.
To reason too.
Yeah, because they are working together in a way we know they're partners, right? We know that New World is taking parts of Lumberyard from CRG, and in return, or whatever the fuck, we know that Star Citizen has the idea of using ABS servers, right? So regardless of what's the deal there, we don't know, but there is some crossover, right?
Yeah.
So here's some fun facts, right? There's no swimming in New World. So if you there's a lot of water, right? And you can fish and you can interact with water to a point where you can actually, if it's a salt water, if it's an ocean, you can't do shit with it. But if it's a lake or a river, you can actually get water as a resource from it, right? It's interactable and all that. It's beautiful, right? But if you want to go through the water, the Pirates of the Caribbean scene where all the undeads are walking at the bottom of the ocean?
Yeah.
That's what happens.
No way.
You're anchored and you're walking at the bottom. It's now to Star Citizen guys here. Obviously, in Star Citizen, if you touch water, you die immediately, right? Because they didn't want to do this. Probably because they don't have water bottom worked out or whatever the fuck, and also the planets are huge, so you can imagine it's walking at the bottom of Hurston, water area or whatever. It's endless.
Well, it's temporary because that's literally on swimming physics and boat physics and buoyancy and stuff like that. It's all
temporary in New World as well. They already said that they're going to have swimming and water gameplay later, and I wouldn't be surprised if this comes at the same fucking time. The other thing that is really exactly the same is if you see rock formations, which is so cool. You can explore so much in the New World. you have the ability to like jump and grab like Assassin's Creed style, the same as we have in Star Citizen, and pull yourself up on a rock if there's like certain type of a ledge. But like falling off the rocks and whatnot is exactly the same as in Star Citizen. Like it's very, very obvious that it's the same engine.
Yeah.
They have one cape that is on one side, the same as we have in there's no cape as an item, but there is one armor that has like something hanging off.
Cape. Yeah.
It's not with a hat, but like it's the same, like one side, like hangly thing. It's clipping as well, just the same as here. So many things.
I wonder if they'll get the cloth physics that
I'm assuming they will. Yeah.
Working on.
So it's really interesting for someone who plays Star Citizen to go into New World and experience these things. And if you watch, like for example, a lot, like Salty Mike has created this Discord server where a lot of content creators from Star Citizen are playing together. They're all playing on NA, which is why I'm not playing with them. I'm playing on EU. I think in PvP game like this, you kind of care about the ping, although maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But I personally watch Noodle and Cutlet. They play together all the time, and it's hilarious. It's so hilarious. And you can see them giggle about things. Like they're like, "Oh shit!" Let's bet that this will happen at the same time in New World and Star Citizen. There's a lot of these things that New World is missing, that Star Citizen is missing as well. They have, for example, NPCs in New World are stationary. Like they interact with you, and they will like.
Oh, they never move.
They never move. None of them ever move. They would probably T-pose if they were moving. It doesn't break the game in any way. Just let me say that. Like it's really it's fine. It's cool.
I've watched enough on the streams to know that like there's just the player base in and of itself is enough to make the cities feel alive.
It's great that there's it's hard for me to say anything bad about the game so far. There are some things that I would like different, but I said this last time. It's like a relationship. Like there are things that you can live with. Are not to your liking, but you accept them and it's fine. And that's how I feel about New World right now. So the biggest thing that crosses over, as we mentioned, is server meshing. And I don't think that New World, or I do not follow enough to hear them talk about server meshing. But as I said before, now I don't know if this was live or pre-show, but
might have been live.
Was it right at the beginning?
Yeah, we talked about it in what we were doing this week. Okay, just say it again. Okay, so basically, no, it wasn't live. So the first week of New World was amazingly seemed like super smooth experience. A lot of players, but like it was throughout the week, and there was no server issues or anything like that. There were queues, right? So you could end up trying to get into New World in the peak times, and you would have a queue, and you wouldn't be able to like get into your server for like an hour or so. But once you're in the game, it was working. The weekend came, Saturday, and everything collapsed. So Friday they had maintenance 4 hours. Then Saturday they had maintenance 4 hours. Then we entered the game. Whoever was lucky, the servers were horrible. And I remember I was streaming. I was like, man, this scares the shit out of me because they're a month away from release. But even more, if they're having these kinds of issues with AWS servers, we are fucked in Star Citizen. Like this is not good. Yeah. Because let's be honest, like the what you have on screen in New World is nowhere close to what Star Citizen doing. As far as like entity counts and stuff like that. It's not anywhere close. It's not.
So here's to explain why I'm like iffy about this. This is an Amazon game and Twitch is an Amazon company, right? Mm-hmm. And they have their 6,000 bitrate limitations for affiliates, and I think 8,000 bit for partners. And it's not enough.
Okay, so basically watching it streamed or whatever.
There's artifacting all the time because there's so many moving parts.
YouTube videos and stuff like that. I would just say like the models aren't nearly as high poly.
You don't know. That's the problem. You have to play it because when your card renders it, and you see it, it's so much better than what you're seeing on videos. Like screenshots are okay, but they're not moving. The detail and like the amount of moving objects, the world is real, man. It's crazy. So I don't know. Like obviously it's not, because the current state of Star Citizen has so much less things in it happening in your screen than New World, 100%. But seeing New World territories makes me think like, and I was playing with someone, Rusky, I think. When I was playing on my own, but he was watching the stream. I was like, dude, do you think we're gonna have worlds like this in Star Citizen? And I don't think we can because of the scale, but maybe. But holy shit, I hope so. They're so full of life. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I do feel like with games like New World and stuff, they pack the content and the like all the vegetation, flora, fauna, like all that kind of stuff. They pack them dense, right?
It's so dense, and the territories
really
are huge, and you never feel procedural generation. Obviously there is, right? Obviously there is.
Yeah.
You never fucking feel it. It's impossible. It's my
in theory, like there's nothing really stopping them from basically populating whatever area a player is in as densely as there would with New World, if server meshing and object container streaming and all that sort of shit was working, right? Because
I am 90% sure server meshing, the one that we are waiting for in New World, in Star Citizen, is already in New World, and I wouldn't be surprised if CIG developed this. Amazon got it from CIG, whatever the fuck way they did. I don't care. And
maybe they built it into the engine.
Yeah.
If they build it into the engine,
I mean, like,
I'm
more
pretty
of like,
sure it's
which way? Like, did they pay for it or whatever? I don't care. That's what I'm saying. Like that technical part of it, I don't care. But I think New World is using it, and here's how I came up to this conclusion. Saturday, servers were dying all over the place. You would be disconnected. It was crazy. So just to explain, like before we dive into how server meshing works, there, we have multiple like World of Warcraft. We have like EU servers. You have South American servers, like Asian servers, and then you have like I don't know, like 5 or 4 American clusters, or like EU East, NA East, NA West, NA Central, whatever. And then within you have multiple servers. So Europe has around 50 servers. Yeah. And they are not connected in any way. So we don't have like Quanta system where we are all sharing the economy. No, not at all. And it will never happen like that. It's just not the game like that, because you have territories that certain companies can own, and that triggers certain events, and events are happening on one server, not on the other. Like I play on 2 different servers. The map is completely different color. It has nothing to do with one another. So what happened is like server were popping in and out, whatever the fuck, and then they had these maintenance and whatnot. So I ended up playing with Grumbles the Dwarf, great streamer by the way. And we were on the same server, on the same territory, so the same tile, but not very near each other. Like he was way away from me, right? With his group of people. So at some point he got kicked out of the game, and I wasn't, and we're in this same map. Also, I think it's important to mention, just like Star Citizen, New World does not have loading screens. The only time you load in is if you go into a dungeon, but the world itself, there's never a loading screen. And it's a huge map, right? So what happened is, I was like, holy, and I was talking to him, like, I was like, dude, we're on the same server, you got kicked out, the server shows that it's dead, no, people cannot log in, but I'm on the server, and I'm not the only one. There's like 100 people around me, running around, chopping trees, and doing whatever.
This used to happen in WoW, remember, as well. Like you'd have like on your server that you're on, sometimes like Eastern Kingdoms or whatever, that server would go down. And like if you were trying to log in to and your character was there, you'd get bounced basically. Like you wouldn't be able to log in. But the other continent,
that never happened to me.
Oh, that happened to me a lot of times. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, I don't know. I've never seen that. Now, The funny thing is, I tried like running far away because on where I was, there was no respawns anymore. So all the wolves and rabbits and turkeys that were killed, they would not respawn, right? So the trees that were chopped, they would not respawn. There was always some problem with the server.
Right. Yeah.
So I tried to like go further away to get whatever I need for the quest, and I ended up hitting an invisible wall. So I see the whole world in front of me, but I can't go through, right?
So it's basically not able to hand you off to the next server.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's when it clicked. I was like, holy shit. How many servers per territory are there seamlessly meshing through? We're going to have like animals just running randomly wherever the fuck they want. Other players.
I would say like that is an example of what static server meshing would be. That would be basically where, like where the area that you're in is divided up into zones, and each one of those zones has its own server. And if one of those servers goes down, obviously you can't hand off to it. Dynamic would be a situation where if that one server went down or whatever, they would just spool up another one and reconnect it. So that, yeah.
So the way sharding basically works in World of Warcraft is it's the same, right? The zones are split into like, let's say a continent split into zones, right? Territories. And when you are running, there's no loading screens, and you run from one territory to another, which is basically server hands you off from one zone to another. However, another person that is running with you probably, well, there's a chance of them just disappearing as you go in, or another random person appearing as you run into the next zone, right? So what happens is like people are actually physically like being on different shards, not being able to see each other. While here, that does not happen at all. Like you just run in and out of the servers, and you can see people like everywhere. Like it's so seamless that it didn't even cross my mind that there is any kind of meshing happening down there. So another thing is that I think that it is, and I could be wrong again, like I don't know. I think that a certain zone. Here's the thing, man. Like, and let's talk about this, because I think I have to be correct in this, but I don't know because I'm not the dev. But if you have your server, your whole world basically divided like this, but there is no way of physically not allowing people to group up in one area, because we have like these places where a lot of people are grouped up, which are like cities or whatever. Although right now there's like people are everywhere. It's insane. But there can be like thousands of people in one city, and I personally think that they would have to split that into smaller, right? Into smaller servers.
It's possible. The only thing that makes me kind of like hesitate about that one is just because, like, when you look at on Star Citizen's roadmap how much more work they are wanting to do on that dynamic aspect, it makes me go like, is that just like for them trying to implement it into their game, or? But
think about it, it's a big difference. Because in New World we have an island, basically. It's a huge island, right? But it's a like two-dimensional world. We don't even have there are no birds, right? Nothing is flying in New World.
Yeah.
So in the intro you have birds flying, but when you play the game, you will never see the bird flying around. So everything is on the surface, right? And then the world itself, while really big and lush and full of life and everything, compared to Star Citizen, it's probably not even size of one, maybe size of one moon, right? Maybe probably not even.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played, so I don't know. But
so you have like really contained area where you can implement this technology, and they probably tested it over and over and whatnot, and made it so that it can work in like smaller contained area. I don't know if I'm correct or not, but to me it really like that opened my eyes when we were like disconnecting from the save server, and I was hitting like little like clusters that I didn't even see existing and whatnot.
That is really cool.
It just made me so happy. It's so funny because I couldn't play for hours, and I was like, "This is how it works." And to be fair, if we had this in Star Citizen right now, holy shit, dude!
Like, well, that's. I think that's the thing that's the biggest takeaway for me from hearing you talk about all this is that, like, I mean, we've been on record for a few episodes basically saying, like, we don't really know if what they're aiming for is even possible because it's an R&D thing, right? Like, like it's entirely possible that they do all that R&D and then conclude, shit, you know, like, guess that's not going to work. But to see what looks like their iteration of server meshing actually functioning in a game, and apparently functioning well, especially given the fact that this game is in beta, like it's not even
and super like pop, like there's so many people playing it at the same time, right? So
yeah,
it's like a true stress test of this technology. It's insane.
Yeah, so like obviously there's a lot more to it in for implementing it into Star Citizen.
And I don't even know if that's it, but like it really feels like it.
It seems like it. Yeah. Well, frankly, if you're doing anything with no loading zones or with no loading screens, no sharding, or at least no visible sharding, you know, like what else could it be really? No loading screens, no sharding. You know, lots of players all in the same sort of areas, running on Lumberyard, you know, which is, again, you know, the same engine that, I don't know, the dots definitely line up.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
It is, we should maybe both have been wearing tinfoil hats for this one, but...
That's fair. I'll say one more thing. If they're trying to make it, like, more, like, complex than this, if we could know that if they fail, we can have something like what New World has right now, I think a lot of people would calm down.
Yeah.
You know? There's a lot of differences. Like, for example, we want physicalized components. We want physicalized loot. The New World doesn't have any of this, right? So
no,
you can't, like,
different
even game. It's so funny. Like, they don't have physicalized. You can't loot the corpse in New World, right? So you kill an NPC, and if there's loot, it will
just drop it?
It will spawn a bag next to it, and then you can't even look through the bag. You just click E, and it goes into your inventory, right? They don't have physicalized inventory. Again, another similarity to Star Citizen, right?
Huh.
It's chests, for example. If you find a chest in the world, you don't open the chest and then, like, pick what you're gonna take. No, you press E, it loads up and pulls whatever is in the chest into your inventory.
What if you're full?
Then you get over encumbered. You cannot be full, and you cannot, like.
Okay.
Another similar thing, exactly similar thing, just like implement them better, is weight gameplay. So you have light, medium, and heavy armor, and you can combine them any way you want, just like in the sea. And the fact that you're using some kind of an armor, the armor weights differently, right? So if you are using 4 light and 1 medium, you're still going to be light, and you will run faster. You will be able to dodge roll, like tumble. If you're using, like, more medium, you will get into medium, and there's, like, a scale, right? And then you will be able to, like, sidestep quickly, but, like, side jump kind of, and you will run a little bit slower, but you will be more staggered, I think is the word, where, like, if something hits you, there's, like, less chance to, like, push you back or knock you on the ground or whatever. And then if you have heavy armor, you can just, like, your shift ability is just, like, sidestepping a little bit. So if someone is, like, thrusting a weapon at you, you can dodge that. But if someone is hitting area, you cannot, like, dodge roll out of it. You just have to take the hit. But you will be very stable, slower, but you're like a tanky person basically. Which is really well developed system that we already kind of have in SC, right? If you're running in heavy armor, you're running slower. right?
That's pretty normal for like a bunch of
yeah, but this is like in the same engine, so it's like you can see how potentially it can work, and it's really good. It's like so many similarities. It's just like hard to like think about like everything at one go. I have some notes, but now I know I missed so many things. It's crazy. Okay.
So I guess what I would pose as like a question is like, does like there's so many situations where we could say that the development of Star Citizen has helped New World. Is that what do you think there's any chance of that kind of coming the other direction, do you think, where 100%. We start seeing stuff in Star Citizen that has been basically affected by
I
New
am
World?
So sure that once the New World releases, which is in a month, we will see a lot of things being added into Star Citizen as an iteration of what is in New World. I also think that basically New World in a way is a test bed for it. It's crazy because it's Amazon, right? It's Amazon versus CAG, and Amazon is so much bigger than CAG, right? But in a way, it is a test bed because they're using the same engine, right? So you can see the limitations of it. I'm 100% sure CAG developers will play New World for sure.
I guess
and
like
push it to the
testing,
limit.
like pushing the concept of their version of server meshing as well. But again, like that's kind of more of a knock-on thing, and I'm curious if I don't know what would really transfer the other way, like direct developments that the New World team might make to the
gameplay,
room,
dude. Gameplay
or to the
So the New World has absolutely revolutionized. Is that the word?
Maybe I don't know what.
Made a revolution in how an MMO is supposed to feel. I'm not talking about the looks. Fuck that. Like the looks are just how you feel, and it's great. Like the atmosphere in every zone is different. The sound atmosphere is fucking amazing. Visually, it's great. Just like I don't even want like. Some people will not like it, some people will like it, but it's a masterpiece. But put that aside, right? It doesn't matter. I mean, Star Citizen is stunning on its own. It's not. That's another thing. But they took from so many games, man. Like you can when you're playing New World, you see Witcher, you see Sea of Thieves, you see World of Warcraft, you see oh my god, like any game you can think of, it's in there. You see Final Fantasy 14 with some systems. You see BDO a lot, like good things from BDO. You see Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2. It's crazy. Like you can pinpoint certain mechanics, and you can say, oh my god, this is just like in BDO, but this is the part of BDO that I really like. And they did their homework, and they pulled from. This is what Blizzard has been doing forever, right?
Yeah. Well, I was actually just gonna say, and like,
that's why they're so
technically, if you look at World of Warcraft, like World of Warcraft took a lot of the best kind of aspects of like Ultima Online and a lot of the other kind of like EverQuest and stuff like that.
Guild Wars,
and
anything, like anything basically, and that's why they were on top for such a long time, because they knew how to recognize a good thing and implement it properly into their own game. And this is something the New World has done, I think, better than any other studio before. It just feels so fucking good, and everything is a new experience, but you feel like you understand it. It's like you feel like, because of all their games, you just feel at home from the beginning. You feel at home.
Well, that's something that I hope SC can pull from New World then, because that
now it's definitely not like that.
Well, it's probably one of the major complaints, and the main complaints you see from people is just how unintuitive a lot of Star Citizen is.
So on that point, basically New World has a tutorial at the beginning that tells you like how to move, and has like little cutscenes where you're like, press this to block, and then you press, and then your character like goes into slow-mo and blocks the attack. But then you exit that like starting area, which is like 2-3 minutes, one fight, whatever, and then you go into world, and then the quest line is leading you through as a tutorial, which is very regular, right? Like it's a normal thing. You're like doing quest to quest to quest, gather this. It feels like Rust, like survival game, but it's like leading you through it. You know what I did? I was like, fuck this. I don't want to follow the quest. I want to play the game. And I figured out everything. It's kind of complex enough to keep you occupied and interested. And then I went back and I did the quest like day after, and I was like, oh, but I have this already, you know, and I figured out everything. It was really good.
Right. So that's actually something that we kind of like when I was talking about like how Tony Z wanted to kind of like sculpt the reputation system in such a way that it kind of like helped guide a new player. That's kind of how I pictured it being. Like you're not locked into doing, you know, like that path. You could just say fuck it and then go, I don't want to work for Crusader. I'm gonna go over and see what these Hurston guys are all about or whatever.
And well, I'll pull another parallel here, huge one. Star Citizen is trying to be an open world sandbox themed MMO, which is kind of difficult, right? So it's difficult to have sandbox and, you know, handheld kind of story driven MMO at the same time. And they also want to be PvP and PvE, right? Well, I mean, they're open about it. And dude, so New World did it so fucking well. I'm so happy these two games are interconnected. This gives me so much hope for Star Citizen. I can't explain how
and
much.
That's that's not even to talk about. That's not even to like mention the fact that like AWS, you know, like if if Star Citizen didn't have a connection to AWS, the chances of them being able to afford network and servers as high end as they will obviously require to get something like this, it seems to me like that would be a tall order, and that would be, you know, require something like a steep subscription or something like that.
There. Oh, by the way, New World has no subscription. It's pay to play plus microtransactions.
Okay. What are the microtransactions, out of curiosity? I know we said we were going to try to keep this mostly.
No, it's okay. It matters because I expect the same thing to happen in Star Citizen. Housing items, dyes, but you can make dyes in game, but then some dyes you can only buy in the store.
Right.
Weapon skins, armor skins, but not like you're not buying an armor, you're buying a skin from like, so you can like transmog your armor into whatever you bought. So it's not affecting the game in any way. So the systems are, listen to this. So you can, the game is this is impossible, 100% story driven, but it's also 100%, if you want, sandbox. I played for like 30 hours just roaming around doing whatever the fuck I want and making my own gameplay. And I was like, wait, there's a story here. And then I started playing like the story, and the story is voiced. There's so much into it, explaining what the fuck is happening with the world. I figured out some things on my own. I was wrong at some of them, but I was like somewhere around there. Then the story takes me into a dungeon, which I did already because I wanted to play on my own. And then it's PvE. It's full on PvE, dude. It's full on PvE if you want it to be. And it's so enjoyable as a PvE game. You turn off your PvP and no one can fuck with you ever. It's so much fun. I can go and fish or chop trees or hunt down demons or whatever the fuck. And so there's 3 factions, right? So there's green, yellow, and purple. And if when I'm in a PvP mode, I still see everyone. Those who are in PvP mode, those who are in different factions and whatever. When I'm in PvE, I can go and kill the same animals with someone from other factions, and we both take credit, regardless of if they're PvP or not, flagged or not. And no one can affect me. Like, I am playing my own gameplay, right? When I go back to town and I turn on my PvP, anyone can kill me. I can do specific PvP content, which is really interesting as well. Like, I'm helping my faction, and if I like go and do like certain things, that's where like almost like a Death of a Spaceman gameplay mechanic, where I'll get like 3 quests for PvP. I have to go and protect territory, and like I don't know, get some supplies and something else. If I don't make it back home alive, all of the progress is canceled. So if I'm in a PvP mode now, there's a bunch of people around me who are not in PvP, but if I see someone in PvP, I'm at the risk of losing all my progress that I did in last hour or so. So you're always like on the lookout.
There's the risk kind of reward thing.
So listen to this then. There's no stealth mechanic, right? There's no World of Warcraft stealth. However, we all have nameplates with our you saw how it looks, like nameplates and the logo of your faction, right? And if you're red, which is PP, I can see you from further away, and there's like a red mark next to you, so I know that you're dangerous to me, right? And I can shoot you from such a crazy distance with bows and muskets and all that. If you crouch, or what's the name?
Go into. Okay, that's crouch. Yeah.
Well, there's crouch, and then there's the next one where you're like, my brain prone. Yeah. You lose your name tag. You're still visible in the world, but there's no name tag above you. So if you hide in the bush, I can technically see you, but you can dye your armor into fucking green shit if you're in a tropical biome and sit in the fucking bush and literally blend in. And then when I pass by, you can ambush me. It's so good, and it works. It fucking works, dude. Yeah, I am mind blown by the systems and ideas that they brought up, and I really hope that CIG, because there's so many similar ideas, right? But at the same time, it's so different, right? Like space and fantasy, so they're not like rivaling each other, and they can definitely take from each other.
But the no stealth thing, like that is basically CIG's standpoint. It's like, if you want to be stealthy, wear camo, or manage your ship systems so you're not showing up.
And we talked about nameplates, right? We were like, how are you going to and then there it is, bro. There it is.
That's kind of
lose your nameplate when you were.
I have to say that one of the things I suggested about nameplates was the ability to have an option to turn them off, which is essentially, I mean, it's less of a factor.
Because if I need to, like, if people are running around and I'm flagged for PvP, I need to have it. Then you just turn it off forever. Like, what do you care? You know what I mean? Like, it's important that you have to be slower, or there has to be like that risk reward. Because if I crouch, I'm slow,
but
right?
Again, different styles of game, right?
We don't know, though. We don't know. Are they going to be different in that manner? Because CIG was talking about a PvP slider.
Yeah, and we do actually also have FPS scanning on the roadmap.
But even with ships, man, this game proved me wrong in my own thinking that you cannot have PvE toggle and have great PvE and PvP in the same place for both sides, and make people want to play PvE because you give them good enough reason, and it's a choice, but a lot of us are playing PvP when we want to. So you can turn it on and off. Like, if I don't feel like being molested anymore, by group of yellows or whatever, just turn it off and I go fishing. I don't care. It's doable, man. It's like, and so I can definitely see CIG doing something. I kind of don't want people to be immune, right? But man, it's really not bothering me in New World, and I'm mind blown by the idea that it's not bothering me. Like,
well, ultimately, I mean, it is a system that has kind of worked in other games in the past.
Not like
the idea of being not exactly like that, but I mean, essentially flagging in a if you're on a PvE server in WoW, for example, or in Star Wars: The Old Republic, and you have the option to flag with a timer if you toggle on and then toggle back off again.
But the incentives were wrong, man. Like, you literally had people either being PvP or PvE. Here, it's not like that. It's just not like that. Like, you have a small incentive in experience, which is what people are doing in World of Warcraft now, where they just turn on PvP so that they can have like 30% more experience, and then they're pissed off if someone kills them.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Here you only get 5%. You have 5% more experience, so it's negligible. It is really, and but then you can do PvP content as well, which gives you. So, for example, you need to build up faction reputation and levels to get better armor from your faction, and you can do it in PvE. You can do PvP missions in PvE. You're not attacking other players or anything. You're just like stealing shit from their territory or whatever, and your bar goes slower, right? But if you really want that musket, that is faction musket, the fastest way to do it is to man up and go and do fucking 3 PvP missions instead of like 12 PvP missions, and risk a little bit. And people are doing it. People who are not playing PvP, they group up. They're like, okay, let's go together. and you see people like typing and okay, I need this. So anyone else wants to do a PvP mission? And there's like 10 of these people like running around together, and they don't want to be attacked or anything. But who's gonna attack 10 people? Like, it's
exactly Like even if they're all like, you know, super noobs or whatever, weight of numbers.
I don't know that, right? I don't know that. Like,
it's true. Yeah. Fuck. I don't know. I feel like the difference. I feel like Star Citizen can afford to just be fully open PvP without any sort of like options to negate. Just from the sheer size of the universe, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like they can afford that because, you know, like if you're being, you know, picked on by somebody or chased around by, just go somewhere else. It's a huge fucking universe. Like,
well, if you can escape, right? If you can escape. I agree with you. I don't want Star Citizen to have I don't even want the slider. But this is one of those things where, if you remember when we talked about like, is Star Citizen going to be an actual MMO, or is going to be like the new MMOs, like Fallout 76 or whatever, Destiny? And we came to a conclusion that even if they do it like that, it can still be fun. While a year ago, if someone asked me about that, I would be like, fuck you, no. But then I played BDO, I played Fallout, I played, you know, and it was a good MMO-like experience. And I was like, I don't want CIG to do this to Star Citizen, but I don't think I would quit over that. I would still give it a chance and maybe enjoy it. And this is like the same. Like, this showed me that PvP slider or toggle never worked for me in any game. I'm rather like, I'm gonna play on PvP server and I know everyone is a target, right? Or on a PvE server and I know no one is a target. Then turning it on and off, because people can use it in strange ways. And now I've seen that if implemented correctly, not only that it can work, but it can actually be so good, because you can turn off your frustration.
True. And I suppose it is one of those situations where basically you have to choose a gameplay decision versus an immersion system, because those sorts of arbitrary PvP, you know, toggle on and off or whatever, they are immersion breaking at the end of the day. You know, like if you guys were like, you know, like you said, just like having a fight or whatever, and you decided, no, I don't want to do this anymore, and then
you can't.
You know, you're just like,
no.
Okay.
So it's immersion breaking to a point where if you are not flagged for PvP and I am, and I shoot you, bullet goes through you, right? So you're not. So the only way you can turn on and off this is you have to be in the city, and there's no, like World of Warcraft, I teleport here, teleport there. You have one home, and you can Hearthstone there once every hour, but there's no flying mounts, there's no mounts at all. Like, there's no taxi. Okay. You have to go to the city. Let me rephrase. Okay, sorry.
Mainly, like, okay, so let's say then that wait, actually, no, sorry. I think I need you to clarify what the actual mechanic is then, because basically what I was going to say is, like, you know, if you guys were fighting yesterday, for example, and today you don't feel like PvPing and you're out there fishing. It is kind of immersion breaking for that guy to be like, oh, that guy, we were fighting the other day and now I can't touch him because he doesn't want to fight.
But you can talk to them because we are all humans and we talk the same language. So you can tell me, hey, bitch, go and flag. I want to kick your butt. You can taunt me in a way and make me do it. But
but also
I don't have
if
to.
he doesn't, exactly, then that's, and there is a level of immersion that is lost there.
Here's the thing, though. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Or I would agree with you until I played it. And for some fucking reason, I would say it's witchcraft. I don't have an explanation. It's so much fun that you don't care. It's so much fun.
That's kind of it. That's what I was trying to get at. Is like I can see the amount of times that would be something where it was like at the end of the day, I don't care if that guy's immersion is broken if I've had a shit day and I don't feel like fighting you right now. You know what I mean?
And
because ultimately at the end of the day, I'm here to play a game.
There's so much immersion in the game that this is just, you're so immersed that this one thing cannot crush it, if you know what I mean. It's crazy because if someone was telling me this and I did not try playing New World, I would be like, you're high on something. Like it's not how the games work. And I think this is the biggest strength of New World and potentially Star Citizen, where they managed, because all the games since the World of Warcraft came out are trying to make something new, right? And they're failing because there's one recipe that is so fucking good.
Well, I would say that they're not trying to make something new, and that's kind of the problem.
They did, and then World of Warcraft takes that new thing and implements it there. Like Rift came up with, or whatever game was first to make like the public, events, and then World of Warcraft said, okay, we can have public events as well.
Yeah.
But they're implemented in our better game and stuff like that. Like they would come with new shit, but it just wouldn't feel right. And then these motherfuckers, they took everything that works and they made it.
Yeah. Well, and that's something that Star Citizen may have to do. I'm just like, I like the direction they're going in with respect to PvP right now. I just hope it works. You know what I mean? Like big universe, systems in place to kind of like help to kind of regulate that. I like that take, but if it came down to it and it was like at a point where it just wasn't fun, then I would accept kind of a more of an arbitrary and somewhat immersion breaking or potentially immersion breaking solution.
It's like I'm a PvP player, and it until you said it now, I know this is something that would bother me in any other game, and until you said it now, I did not even think about it. And I don't know how is that even happening, and if I think about the same thing in Star Citizen, I would be like, I am like right now, no, that cannot work. But somehow in New World it works, and that makes me think, am I wrong? Can it maybe implement it properly? I don't know, because I still think the best PvP VE system for space game on such huge scale is the one that Eve does, where you are protected by the law, and that's it.
Unless you go to an area where the law doesn't protect you, and in which case you know that and you've taken your life in your hands,
But you can still die in the highest protected area by a torpedo or something, and nothing can protect you, especially if you're a streamer.
But the chances of that happening, are lessened by the repercussions for that.
But are heightened by your reputation amongst the community by either being exposed through like social media or whatever, media in general, or just like in game. Like, what if you're recognized by other players who are doing the same business as you are, but you're doing it better, and they're just pissed off on you, and they're just going to ruin your day at the price.
I don't even know if it'd be that. I think it could just end up being trolly, where like
plus that,
like somebody's like, oh, that's Board Gamer over there. I'm in the middle of downtown ArcCorp, but there's nothing stopping me from pulling a gun right now, and like, okay, I'll do some prison time.
And then
I shot Board Gamer.
It's a trophy thing, and the problem with this is alt accounts, and I always said that from the beginning. The problem with serious consequences about doing a wrong thing in an MMO is I can funnel money from one account to the other and then go and do a bad thing on my alt account and not give a shit if it's gonna be stuck in the prison or whatever the fuck. I just can ruin someone's day.
Yeah.
There's some other things that I wanted to
see
say.
that you have some other notes, and I'm like how like, for example, like factions and faction pride.
So what they did is basically, and I think this translates very well into potentially into Star Citizen. Like when you start playing New World in a new server, you have this X amount of territories. Let's say 10. 2 of them are not capturable, whatever. Like they're, I don't know why, and then the rest of them, a faction can take it. So, or rather, a company. So. How do we call that in Star Citizen? It's a corporation, right? So imagine your corporation becoming owners of Stanton, for example. Or not Stanton, rather maybe Yella, right? So now Yella belongs to to Masocast company, right? So how they did this is everyone can still use this. It doesn't matter. Like it's let's say it's my I'm green, I'm a marauder, and I own the first point where I spawned. By the way, people spawn in like there's like different starting areas. You don't have to start. Not everyone is starting in the same place. So
I imagine that's probably how they're going to do it with SC as well, actually.
Yeah. But you don't choose here. Like you're shipwrecked somewhere. It's like it is.
Okay.
In Star Citizen,
it's just like
yeah,
random.
I think you would have to like choose a location, whatever.
I think that's what they've said, but yeah.
So basically, now every area, every map has its like city, one city. They're called hamlets, and you do something, and you take ownership of this hamlet, and then you get benefits from it, and your whole faction out of 3 has benefits in this zone. So let's say they're getting more resources or whatever the fuck, depending on the area. You also are in charge of taxing anyone who is using the tools in your city. Something like Albion Online, literally Albion Online. So basically, there's a lot of crafting and there's a lot of gathering, and it's crazy how much fun it is. But then if I want to turn like raw wood into planks, right? I can do it. I will pay the services more if the owner of the city has higher tax on that.
Right? Up tax.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's something they haven't really talked about in Star Citizen. Like they've kind of talked about the idea of organizations being able to control territory and stuff like that. But so far as I'm aware, they haven't settled one way or the other on like whether or not you'd be able to actually levy tax in the system and stuff like that.
I agree.
But like,
but there's like 3 factions. So hear me out. So there's 3 factions. And let's say I'm green and I own this territory. Anyone from any faction can have a home there, can use this territory. It's not like it's forbidden for you or anything. Like it's not. Yeah. It's you will pay more or have a little bit less benefits than if you are doing things in your territory.
Oh, okay, right.
But also territories, just like planets in Star Citizen, are rich with different resources, just like in Albion Online, right? So my territory might be rich with wood and iron maybe, but your territory might be rich with, I don't know, some plants or I don't know, whatever. Like there's so many gathering professions. So in my territory it might not be turkeys, and you need feathers for arrows, so you need to go 2 territories away to find plenty of turkeys. But then if you go there and make arrows, you're gonna pay more tax or whatever. It's really interesting gameplay that if you don't care about it, you don't really have to worry about it. But if you want to min-max, you can. Really
I'm glad that we talked about we jumped into this, because remember, like, well, how I was saying, like, what do you think we could really realistically see coming the other way? Like we've already talked about a lot about how New World has benefited from the development of Star
Yes.
Citizen, but maybe the fact that SC hasn't kind of really fleshed out the guild system and or the org system and all that stuff, maybe that's a good thing, because like it could potentially be a situation where they could kind of borrow something like this, potentially, even given that it's all in the same engine, potentially even hopefully being able to save some dev time by being able to like maybe reuse some code or something like
Maybe,
that too.
yeah.
I don't know, like that's fully armchair
UI
deving. I
for
don't know
sure.
if that's...
I think visualization of things like weight and I don't know, like inventory and stuff like that. Obviously, you can like change it, and but like the ideas and all that can help so much from one game to the other. What I wanted to say also, like maybe we will have like so New World has 3 fixed factions, right? And then within these factions you have companies, which is like corporations. But we cannot in New World we cannot form an alliance. By default, we are alliance with the other companies from that faction, right?
Right.
So maybe there will be like alliances in Star Citizen based on what you're following, right? Also, just want to say, like, you can switch from one faction to another every 3 months. It's like a very important, like if you are red, you are red for the next 3 months, but you can't switch. You can switch, but it takes a lot of time, right?
So you can switch from like Marauders to, I can't remember, the Covenant or whatever.
Yeah, every 3 months.
Interesting. I don't think there will be much of a restriction for like switching orgs and stuff like that in Star Citizen.
Well, so one thing that I hate in modern MMOs is having multiple guilds, basically, or corps. And I know Star Citizen already is going that way. I hate that. And I love that, like in New World, you have one company and you're part of that company, and that's it. And this makes, I think this bonds people better. It makes you care about. But this another thing, like, man, I am a sucker for faction pride in games. Like, I'm Alliance for life in World of Warcraft. I would never play Horde for 16 fucking years. And I went through the stories, like the story takes you through like realizing what faction is doing what. And I know now I'm a Marauder. I can guarantee you right now, I will never change that faction, no matter what. If my potential wife is playing for Syndicate, well, I'm gonna kill her somewhere. I don't give a shit, because I am not following these motherfuckers. Like, they're crazy, and they did it so well. People are already kind of fanatical. After 1 week of closed beta, people are like, Salty Mike hosted me. He was playing New World and he hosted my stream. And the guys came to me. I was in my faction log menu checking something, and like bunch of people like, great, are you serious? And they were like actually pissed off that I'm playing Marauders and not, I think they're playing Syndicate, I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, guess what, man? They probably learned the same bad shit about what you guys are doing as you learned about what they're doing.
Yep.
I'm gonna just go out and hazard a guess that there's no innocence in this.
No.
But yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it opens up so many things. Like, yeah,
I get that. Does kind of tie into the whole territories and faction war thing, because like, I don't know how they do it, but it sounds cool, or from what I've seen, it looks pretty cool. But that is one of the things that I'm really looking forward to in Star Citizen, is the idea that an org may be able to control territory and engage in combat and large scale warfare with other that, like, that is my end game in Star Citizen. That's what I want, and
that's what it is. Like, a lot of people now are saying, including me, if New World does not have a good end game, all of this is in vain. However, this strategic positioning of owning, it's like Risk, and especially what I told you, like certain territories have certain resources. And that strategic positioning and trying to overtake someone's territory is already an end game that potentially can, just grow up when it comes to like PvP, but even PvE. Like, it's very important what territories your faction owns. What scares me though is that the fact that same company can own multiple territories, which I am afraid that in certain situations you will have the whole map that is yellow by one territory, and they have the monopoly. And how do you overthrow them when they have like benefit for all the players and whatnot? But let's see how that goes.
Yeah. Star Citizen again, like I think the advantage in that case
scale,
is
right?
exactly just the sheer scale. Like they've already said that like even like an organization trying to control an entire moon is going to be like you know, like that's going to be
it really depends, because here you cannot just overtake the throne, right? It has to be, and they were really careful with this, because you remember how we talked about like, what if I have this and then I go to bed, sleep, and I wake up and they took something? So New World has it so that you have to declare the war, right? So you have to declare war, and it's going to happen in like 2 days or whatever at certain time, and then you all go to instance combat or whatever, and you fight over this fort, and if whoever wins has it, right? So you cannot just overnight, happens. No, and I think that's fair, because that's a gamifying thing, but it makes sense because you invested time and thought and into getting this, right? And resources and everything. You should not just lose it. Like, you should be able to lose it, but not like because you were asleep or something. Like, this makes no sense, right?
Well, and that is something where like we haven't really heard anything
yet.
With respect to like how Star Citizen is going to manage that, right? Like, and I know that they are usually loath to take the gamified route, but it is one of those situations where like if it's just a free for all, it can feel pretty bad,
And that's another thing that's what I'm saying. Like, they might learn a lot from New World by the game loops that they want to implement into their game and see how people react to it. I'm gonna switch to next one. So gathering crafting professions in New World. So, and why this matters to me with Star Citizen, like in relation. I have never been a person to care about crafting or gathering in any MMO. Like,
I like gathering. Gathering's what I do when I'm just like, like I'm winding down, or I've just like had a shit day and I just kind of want to go.
You know what I do? I queue for a battleground. There's no consequence. I don't care. I'm gonna go and shoot with my hunter and whatever the fuck. Right. So I'm not the person to gather. Right. So there's no store per se. You cannot sell. Another similarity. You cannot sell your shit to anyone. Like, there's no vendor that you can sell your gear to. What you do?
What?
Yeah. What you do is you salvage your things, and when you salvage, let's say you salvage piece of armor, it gives you several repair parts and some materials, right? And you use these repair parts to repair your shit on the go, right? So it's really strange. So for a lot of people who play New World, this is like, wow, that's a new approach. To me, it's like they don't know how to sell. They don't have it developed. Because Star Citizen doesn't have it either, right? So it's like there's no, that thing does not exist in the engine. It's like, it's so funny. So, but anyways, they found a way around it, right? It's
sure they found a way around it.
It's good.
But you can tell that like you were saying, like the inventory system seems really underdeveloped. So it does seem like it's I mean, I'm not surprised now that you've mentioned that there's no selling shit.
So I wonder if that'll change. So therefore there is like auction house system, and I don't like it because it's not global, it's per city. So you sell things on the auction in certain city. Now, mind it, unlike the Elder Scrolls where you have like 100 traders per territory, it's not like that, but like there's a lot. Every city has one auction house and everyone can like buy or sell there, right? And the tax on that depends on whoever owns the territory, right? So there's that. However, because of this inconvenience, I am crafting my bullets, and I'm crafting my arrows, and I'm crafting my food, and I'm crafting my potions. And crafting is made very, very simple, yet very complex. Very enjoyable. The progression for everything is really, it gives you that like I don't know, like is it endorphin or whatever the fuck pump that like it's like whatever the one is
Dopamine.
Dopamine? What? Which one?
Dopamine, yeah.
Yeah.
Dopamine.
What is the other one that I said for something you laughed about? It
Endorphins. That's like when you do exercises and stuff like that.
So this makes you feel like really good. Whatever you're doing in this game makes you feel good. And so gathering, for example, you go and chop the tree, right? So the bigger the tree, the more time it takes to chop. But you click on it and your character starts chopping the tree. And you're sitting there. You don't have to like fucking click every time or whatever. Okay. And then when it chops the tree, you get like number of shit that goes into your inventory. And you level up your tree logging, right? And there's like levels to that, like hundreds of levels to that, which allow you to chop bigger trees or whatever the fuck. It just feels good, but it's very the quality of life level of whatever you do there. It's not made to piss you off. Like it's just made to ease you into whatever profession. Now, why I connect this to Star Citizen? I feel like we're not really going to have a lot of that kind of like gathering producing professions in Star Citizen, and for the first time ever in New World I realized how crucial this is for an MMO. Like you need that.
I mean, we already have like a lot of examples of mining, and they're constantly talking about having, you know, those sorts of gatherable materials kind of scattered throughout the world. And right now, obviously, it's super basic, and they don't sell for anything because there's no real.
Yeah, but we don't have production. We don't have production, and I'm okay with sticking with no production because.
Yeah, but even then, they seem to kind of backtrack on that. At first, they were definitely like, it was like, no, there's not going to be crafting in Star Citizen.
Well, but because branding is a thing, right? So you cannot make an Aurora, right?
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, and I don't think it'll ever go that far.
So
like,
what?
I don't.
Food.
I don't know.
But
like
even
I
the
said,
food is branded. Like, you eat
but it doesn't
torpedo
necessarily
burrito,
have
right?
to be. Like that sort of stuff. This is the thing. Like the inventory and the gear and stuff like that in Star Citizen is like the items and everything like that is so limited right now that it's hard to kind of conceptualize. But like I said, you know, like stuff like repair parts for your for your ships and stuff like that, like refined metals, composites and stuff like that to actually do repairs on a ship. I could see upvalued trade goods, like I was saying I think last week, you know, where you take X and Y materials and turn them into something that sells for better. I could see, well, they've already talked about like chemicals for medicine and
so
you know,
yeah, so if you think about it, like MedPen
that.
is not branded at all. It's a MedPen, right?
Yeah, well, especially as they expand medical gameplay, like they've talked about, they've just, you know, like there are generic, basically drug types that you use.
Yeah, well, in general, like something like alchemy, let's call it whatever, or whatever the fuck we call it, is not maybe there, yeah, or maybe housing items or something like that, where you're like,
yeah,
I don't know. I hope there's gonna be something because it fills the void, because it's so important. This game allows you to relax and feel like you're having so much progression while you're doing relaxed shit.
Yeah,
and it's so important.
You know what they could do that's not necessarily something that would be brand restricted would be, you know how they've talked about like having every component having subcomponents that affect its like performance and stuff like that. That could be something that could be manufactured by players. And that way you do actually kind of feel like you're manufacturing something that like directly affects your ship. You know what I mean? Without actually manufacturing the components themselves.
Ammunition is not manufactured either.
Yeah, they flat out said that ammunition would be something that you'd be able to
craft, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but
fuel as well. Like you can. Okay. I mean, there might be. There
still is a big question mark over crafting though, because like I said, I mean, for the longest time, for years and years, it was like, no, we're not doing crafting, and now we're starting to hear like, oh well, maybe crafting, but you know, but like we don't know. Still, we have no idea what their intentions are with that.
Here's a big problem: when whatever I do in Star Citizen feels like a chore.
Yeah,
and it's very tedious, and this sounds like I hate the game or whatever. No, I love it because I love flying.
It
and
just is where it
but
is right
any
now.
goal that I am doing is tedious, very, very much. Even mining, like it doesn't feel good. It feels like I'm working. I don't know. It's kind of strange.
Yeah.
And in New World, whatever I'm doing, I get filled with joy. I don't know how they did it. It's crazy.
Okay, is it because though that when you are doing something like gathering or something like that in New World, you know what you're gonna do with that thing that you're gathering?
I don't even know. I just
you're just gathering
it's crazy.
shit.
I skin animals for no reason. I chop trees because I don't know. It's there, and it feels good to do it. And I never do these things. I gather grass. I gather fucking like flowers or whatever.
Okay, I don't know. That was gonna be my theory, was that maybe it was just
progression.
Because,
First of all,
like
it's very intuitive and it feels like you should do it. So that's the first thing. Like it just comes natural. And then there's progression to it. So the more you do it, the better you are at it. So and then you can do something with it as well, right? I don't even know how these things do. I mean, there's so much, right? There's like 10 gathering professions and there's like 10 crafting progression like professions. Like there's so much. It's crazy. So no, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just like I'm mining gold and refining it, and I can't make anything without gold because on my map there's no tier 3 whatever blacksmithing station, so I don't know what I can do with that.
Maybe it's just the fact that it's numbers and we like like Paul says all the time, ape brain see number go up, feel good,
100%. Dude, I'm a healer in most of the MMOs, and if I play an MMO where I heal and I don't see green numbers popping, I don't feel like doing it.
I feel that, yeah. And maybe that's something that's gonna end up biting Star Citizen in the ass eventually, is that like real serious aversion to any sort of like skilled numbers or any sort of numbers visible at all.
You might be right.
Because
we like numbers, bro.
Number go up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
the other thing, like the last thing that I brought up here, I think. Oh no! So the size of the world before, the world is not as big as you would think, but there's no mounts, and teleporting around the map is very, very, very limited. And people are crying about mounts already. I'm like, no, please, no. We don't need mounts because PvP is very important in this world, and mounts would change that quite drastically.
Depends on how they did it.
Well, yeah, sure. But also, the world is not big enough for the mount. And, dude, there's no mini-map as well. So there's map and there's compass, right? But, and the compass is so good where you have a compass, right? But when you start playing the game, you don't see anything on compass except for, like, whatever, like numbers and letters, right? But then if you level up your tracking and skinning, you start seeing rabbits on your compass. You can sense them. And like small. Okay. Then if you keep going, you can now sense animals such that are not attacking you, like deer, bison, stuff like that. Then if you keep going, you might actually be able to sense wolves, cats, things that will attack you, crocodiles, alligators, bears, whatnot, right? But yeah, so the world, I've been running around 3-4 territories doing shit. And man, I started recognizing certain trees. I've started recognizing certain rock formations.
So you're into the world, basically.
Yes, and I'm orienting myself. I don't have to open the map. I know Bluffs City is like right around the corner there. I can't see it, but I know it's there and it's only been a week, and it's so healthy. You just need to play a little bit more, and it's so healthy. Recognizing the zone, recognizing the world, knowing exactly where, in which part of the map you are by just like looking around yourself. And they did really good thing with these like landmarks, right? Like certain things, like huge balls in the ground or whatever, like certain type of trees or like a little like settlement of NPCs or whatever, and it makes you like recognize where you are. It's something that we are so used to minimaps and everything, and I think that CIG was trying to go with that, but unfortunately You know how we all cry about not having like a mini map in cities and everything?
Yeah.
I still think we need them.
Well,
It's
yeah,
not to save. I don't
this is
know.
the thing. Cities is one thing. Like, I'm okay with not necessarily having a mini map when I'm, like out on some random moon, in the middle of nowhere with no satellite coverage or anything like that. Like,
It makes no
I
sense
was
not
actually just
having
gonna
it.
say, like, I would love for Star Citizen to get to a point where, like if you spent enough time on this particular moon or whatever, you would just gain that knowledge. And somebody who came there and didn't have that knowledge would be at a disadvantage
Oh, you can see that
because,
already. When you look at Darklaw flying on Daymar, he
yeah,
knows where the canyons are. He know because he starts from the same
yeah,
place every time. He knows where the mountains are. He knows where the dunes are. Like he knows exactly he knows the terrain, which is mind blowing to me in a game like Star Citizen.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I hope that like that. I don't know. It's kind of hard for me to like transfer this directly to Star Citizen because like again, it's not just one island, right? So it's like how do you recognize landmarks and stuff like that? But overall, just feeling like you know the universe well enough to be able to pick out those those things like, oh, I know that asteroid over there, I know what that is. I don't even have to go scan it. I can tell you what's in that
Visual
asteroid.
like
Yeah.
recognition. Yeah.
Yeah, or what's likely to be in that asteroid because I can identify, the coloration, the rock formation, et cetera, et cetera. Or
It works here so well. They did that very well as well. The view distance is amazing. It's super far, and I'm like, is that silver or gold? And if I look really closely, I'm like, oh fuck, there's a or like there's iron deposit there. Like, and
yeah,
go ahead, get it. There's that for sure, and you can, and that's another thing. Like you see a biome, and you know which animals to expect.
yeah.
And stay away from the bears, man. Like,
Well, that's. I was actually just gonna say of like things to avoid too. Like,
that's why I
like
have
would
the
love,
animals there to compare. Yes.
I would love to get to a point where like, in Star Citizen, it's like, like if you see somebody with an advocacy skin on like their ship or whatever, you don't fuck with that guy unless you want to bring the fucking space FBI down on your ass,
And not
which you
only that,
absolutely
so
don't want to do.
maybe
Like,
some moons look like that, or have certain atmosphere. You don't want to, or like a gas cloud, or like certain minables might explode like a quantanium, and you know it because you either did it before or you read somewhere or something like that. That's another thing here as well.
Like being able to recognize traps laid by, like if for example that Ninetales always lays this type of a beacon, and it's a trap or whatever, just being able to do like you don't even like, you just see the signal pop up and you're like, I know what that is.
Well, that's exactly it. You learning about the world you play in makes you feel better, living in it and playing with it.
Yeah.
Like, and this, so that's another thing. Like, so there's like level scale because New World does not have any classes. Basically, level up weapons. And you have gear appropriate to that, and you have like the regular RPG, strength, dexterity, whatever, and you pump these things up, whatever. So, but the world, there's like multiple zones that are starting zones, so they have like level 1 through 6 enemies there, but that same zone also goes up to like 25, 30, whatever, depending on where you are. And then you have other zones that will go from like 25 through like, I don't know, 50 or whatever. But all the zones are like have huge range of different levels where you can get into trouble. And then on top of that, you have certain animals, and I know already because so you have it's limited kind of. So you have cat-like animals, you have wolf-like animals, right? And they are attacking, but you can survive them most of the time. Like it's not that big of a deal. Then you have like small shit like rabbits, stuff like that, where you just like hit it once and it dies, and you skin it or whatever the fuck, But then you have these more dangerous animals just because what they are. And if you find a bear, so like yesterday I was streaming and and I had like a couple of people, and we had a conversation. I'm like, oh shit, I remember this area. There was a bear here, and and I was like, I found a bear, one of them, and it's like 4 levels under me, but it's a bear. And I was like, I don't want to attack this because it's gonna kill me. And the guys were like, fucking do it, man. Like, and I set up the camp for respawn and everything, and the bear kicked the shit out of me. Like it just, you just don't fight the bear on your own. It's crazy. And there was another random person coming around and trying to heal me, and I'm higher level than this bear, but if it charges me or it doesn't fucking stop hitting, it's like mauling, goes on back like on 2 heads and like smashes me into the ground. I'm stunned and I just can't fucking fight the game. I need another person to help me with this shit. You know, I can technically deal enough damage to kill it, but I can't get the chance to fucking hit it. You know what? It's a fucking bear. It's huge and it's so good. So recognizing, and there's like certain alligators and certain like crocodiles the same, like from whatever, because other animals, like if you come from a side, you can jab at it with a spear or something, you know. Alligator will turn and bite you, or it will hit you with a tail, or it has so many mechanics because it's a more advanced animal where you're not supposed to fucking tackle an alligator on your own. You know what I mean? Like, especially if it's a huge, huge one, right? And so recognizing the danger in the world based on your own experience as you died a couple of times, right? And it is the same, right? Knowing certain asteroid or gas cloud, oh, it's green, but it has like purple tint in it. Oh, that's gonna, I don't know, like fuck up my systems, or you know, something like that. You don't want to go there alone, or you know, in case the ship breaks,
could. Well, and I mean, again, like even just like pushing it to enemies, for example, like if you come across a wreck and it's like obviously been shot to shit, you know, like you know, recognizing the danger there, like. This was a ship that got, you know, riddled before it went down, which means there was danger in the area. Or even like, I was thinking like of how this could directly transfer to Star Citizen in like fauna, you know, and animals and creatures that you might encounter on planets or something like that. And if there would be a way to like, you know, while hopefully having different types of animals on different types of planets, at least have like be able to utilize some like knowledge of the game to, you know, gauge whether or not you're going to be fucked if you go near it or whatever, or like, or how to engage it even,
especially
you know,
in levelless systems such as Star Citizen, right? Like here, I will progress, get better gear, and eventually I will probably be able to go and smash that bear in the face, right?
Yeah.
But in Star Citizen, I am always level 1 pleb in with certain tools, right?
Yeah.
So I might never be able to kill that fucking Yeti thing one-on-one, right? Unless I bring like fucking tank or something.
And that's where like the game itself, especially given how fragile we are going to be and how much of a big deal dying can be, like that's one of the things that they're gonna have to nail in Star Citizen is how do you convey danger to a player without levels, without numbers. Like that's kind of a tall order when you think about it.
In numbers.
Yeah,
you come with more people.
Yeah.
I just realized also why we need ground vehicles and stuff like that. Like, let's say you need some materials from certain animal, and let's take the pyro crab for example, right? Is that how it's called, right? I mean, we know what we're talking about. Yeah. So let's say, I mean, it's huge and you don't want to tackle it with fucking gun or whatever, you know. Probably armored more than well enough for your sniper to be just a tickler, right? So why not just come there with your Avenger Titan and shoot it from the skies, right? Because like it can't do anything against you. But what if the caliber or whatever the fuck, the size of the weapons and the way it affects how do you call it, like creatures, let's say, will just decompose it completely and you don't get anything out of it? Well, you can actually come with like Cursor Rover maybe, and then it's a small, well, unfortunately it's the same fucking caliber weapon, but like, you know what I mean? Like,
no, but also like you could talk about like the types of damage too. Like if you fry it with a laser, and you were after its fur, Well, it
Guess
doesn't
what?
have any fur anymore because you fried it with a laser.
Oh, you have charcoal or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
But maybe they can develop a mechanic where you actually they can push you into using ground vehicle, I think.
Yeah,
Or
well,
something like
first
that
of
as
all,
well.
I mean, like there's why don't you attack it with your Avenger? Well, there's no guarantee that it's above ground, And even then, you might not even know it's in the area until you're too far away from your your Avenger to do anything about it,
True.
you know? Like you can try to get back to your Avenger, like maybe if it doesn't notice you or your ship, and then take off and then try to find it again, but again, and also if it's in like a forested area, like good luck finding it from the air. And that's assuming it doesn't just like
Well, it
turn
probably
tail
has
and
like
run.
like a heat signature or something. I mean, it's a creature.
Maybe, yeah. If they do that with scanning and stuff like that. But then again, too, like this is one thing that our ships are too silent now. Like if a ship's hovering right above you, like there's no sound. But like that would be something like they've talked about sound propagation and how that's going to affect AI. I would love to see it if like if you're ripping overhead in a spaceship, most of the animals down on the ground, if they have ears, are probably like, fuck, what is this? Scatter.
You're wrong there, actually. You should know
What?
this. I don't know how. It's kind of funny because I am someone who spent most of their life on board cruise ships, but on the ocean. But I'm not sure how. I think animals in the ocean, like in the water in general, react to presence and sound quite well, and like just scatter,
some do.
right?
Some don't.
However, have you ever seen do you know why safari, for example, functions? Most of the ground animals, for example, big cats or rhinos or crocodiles, if your feet are not on the ground, you're like a foreign object. That's why you can come so close to a lion in a jeep or whatever, and they will just look at it and be like super confused because there's no connection of human body to the ground. Sometimes they will go crazy and try to attack a fucking car, but most of the times they will just, and there's sound, right? Like there's sound, but they're just staying there and like, what is this?
Yeah, but a car is not like a helicopter flying overhead.
Well, American muscle cars. Okay, I'm kidding. But you know what I mean? Like you would think that they would scatter and run away, but they don't. They're like confused by it and not scared.
Yeah,
they don't know what to do.
There's a couple things there. Sometimes it's just like just they're so used to them that they're like whatever. But like I can tell you, the wildlife in most of the rural areas of Canada, like a loud truck goes by, they're not hanging around. Sometimes it's different. It depends on if they're acclimatized to it. It also depends on, like, let's be honest here, if we're talking spaceships and aliens, there's no guarantee that sound is even
we don't know what they hear, right? But yeah.
But like that is something
they should, though. They should gamify that, really.
Well, they've talked about like advanced kind of behaviors for AI, including fauna and stuff like that. And that would be something, like how skittish it is, how aggressive it is, might be scared off by loud noises and stuff like that. And also ships, man, like they're not going to be quiet,
Yeah. Unless they're made to be quiet, maybe.
Okay. I mean, sure, maybe gamified, but like, if you're trying to keep a multi-ton chunk of metal up in the air, it just
what if it's not in the air? What is it's underwater?
Well, okay,
it dives into the water and then like prowls out of it, hiding its signature and whatever. I'm
okay. Sure. Yeah.
Here's a downside of New World, man, a huge one. You know how everyone feels good when they see a ship in Star Citizen, how detailed it is, how everything fucking moves around, you make a connection with it, and it just feels good being in your ship and flying it, and all like that part of Star Citizen is like mind-blowing.
Mm-hmm.
And the second most powerful thing probably for Star Citizen is how beautiful the game is, and all these screenshots of whatever. I think a lot of people will play New World, and when they come back to Star Citizen, the world will feel so empty that it will be super demoralizing to play. Like, I can't imagine after running around New World and now landing in something like Stanton or Yella or... And I'm not talking like populating the world or whatever the fuck with animals or whatever. I don't care. But just, it's so static. Like, Star Citizen world is extremely there's no moving parts. There's no... And that's what, like, when I... And the sound also, there's no... Locations don't have sound. You don't know how Daymar sounds, right? We don't have that. Which I never thought about this, but I can recognize a couple of areas, and I can tell you which biome I'm in with closed eyes, because the birds are specific, the wind is specific, the sound of trees, if it's like palm trees or if it's pine trees, if someone is chopping, you can hear it, and you're like, oh shit, that's a pine tree, or and that's how shallow our world in Star Citizen is right now, and I think that's going to be fucked up. And all these, especially content creators, going back into Star Citizen right now, are certainly going to feel the emptiness, I would say.
Yeah, I guess the only thing there is just, like,
time,
hope
right?
to get just hope to get to the point where it doesn't feel that empty. Part of that is the NPC nav mesh, so that they can actually start putting things down on a planet's surface and having it like navigate around.
Honestly, I would be surprised if they ever, because now I want it. I'm spoiled by Star Citizen. I can't play other space game because of how detailed ships are. I am already spoiled by New World, and I don't think I can enjoy another game that is not as lush with, like, the atmosphere and surrounding around me. I need that now. It's already there, and I don't think they're ever going to do that in Star Citizen, man. Like, if you think about it, like, moons are empty, right? Like, and boring, aren't they?
Well, depends on the moon, right?
I know, but like, look at our solar system. Look at all the planets and moons.
Oh yeah. But like, that's not to say that there couldn't, like the sound design. Like, let's be honest, the guys who did the sound team in Star Citizen, those guys are good.
Well, yeah, but we don't. Yes, but we don't know. So it's the sound guys who are making sound effects are fucking amazing, and we saw that, like, those flybys and what happens there's like, holy how.
But the atmosphere is too like, and this is the thing. If you turn up the ambience in cities and stuff like that, you can hear what the work that they've done, like as far as like just hearing what's going on in the background, stuff like that. Like, I think they'll get there. Like, it's just a question of bandwidth, of like development bandwidth.
Okay, I mean, I don't think it's in the game.
Go to ArcCorp and like turn up the
I go there all the time, and I don't remember. The sound here just like shook me. I was like, whoa. And I'm being reminded all the time, but I don't fucking remember sound in ArcCorp. Like, I just don't remember it at all.
It was actually not too long ago where I popped in and I was on ArcCorp, and it did genuinely kind of strike me. I was like, wow, like, it sounds like a Blade Runner kind of city.
Okay, cool.
But I think it's just a question of time with that. Like, if there's one thing that has constantly impressed me, it's the sound.
I think the city, like the populated areas, let's say Orison, right? They talked about the sound of the wind and all that, and they have all these moving parts with like what's the name, the cherry blossoms and whatnot, which you can like it or not, but it makes an area more alive. The flying barges, the actual ships like flying around and hearing all that. That's and I can see them making these areas better and better, and especially with sound and atmosphere.
Yeah,
but the rest of the world, because that's a tall order, man.
Well, yeah, for sure. And obviously it'll depend on the world that you're on, right? Like,
maybe it doesn't even matter. Like, as long as the sound is really good within your ship, then the sound in random locations can just be average, and the game can still be satisfying. I don't know.
Maybe. I think where we'll really see the atmosphere team tested will be like when you get planets that are lush, like like some of the areas in New World.
Wouldn't Stanton actually be? Because Stanton, like they or New World. There you go, New World. New World. Oh my God, what's the name? Microtech. Why am I okay? Microtech. Yeah. Like Microtech is like this foresty area, a lot of snow, and there's a thing. That's what I told you today. Like I love Microtech. It's one of my favorite places. It has different biomes. I love snow. It has huge mountains. It has frozen ocean, pine trees, different sizes, and looks. You can feel precision generation constantly. In New World, you can never feel it. Like there's just no way you can. 100% they did it. Like there's no way they fucking made this whole freaking continent.
They might have.
It's so diverse that you cannot feel the precision generation. It's just like it never comes to you. You know, if you fly around Arcorp, you start recognizing buildings very quick. That's like the worst one. And then if you fly around Hurston, you definitely start recognizing like the little wreckages on the ground. Oh, there's like only a couple of them. And then if you fly Microtech, then I mean there's like only 100 trees or something, and they're like all the same, and there's like they're very dense, so you can feel it. And then if you go to what's in Crusader, well, I don't know, it's a gas giant, so
it's a gas giant.
That one doesn't count, right? So I don't know, man. I don't know. And then the moons,
we'll see.
You can feel it. It's not.
But yeah, like the sounds that you get in like just like hearing the bay doors opening and close on certain ships, and like like there's certain areas where they just knock it out of the park, and I hope you're right, and I hope that I hope.
You hope I'm wrong.
I guess I hope you're wrong, and I hope that they do manage to bring that like same level like of like crazy quality, to other areas in the verse.
But yeah, I mean, we praise sound department all the time, right? And I love it, and especially like ships are just that makes a connection, right?
Yeah.
Not only flybys, but like inside the ship, like the chair moving, like the whatever, man, like if you go into
computers firing up for the first time, bay doors opening and closing,
engines and shit like that. If you go to like Hammerhead to you can hear the or 890
or sounds of your footsteps too, like on different sorts of deck plating or
or snow. See that I remember snow going through snow and Microtech is really good. What if this is? I'm afraid this
between like out and vacuum, and then like in atmosphere, and like how it transitions, and you can hear the sound change when the pressure comes up. Like that's cool. I'd like to see more of that.
You know what? I just figured out that New World might delay Star Citizen even more, because.
What?
If Chris plays and goes sees this world, and he's like, okay, we need Planet Tech like V17, like
like when he saw the like stubble growing in Red Dead, and he's like, oh, we could do that.
This is dangerous, and this is the dangerous part of not having someone above you to tell you, hey, you gotta release this at some point.
I mean, I don't know, like they're still working on Planet Tech, so like if they can deal things to make it look better along the way, I'm okay with that. Like let's be honest, as beautiful as the planets are, there's still a long way to go. Roads, rivers, vegetation,
and it's really unpopular opinion. People are gonna hate me for this, but after playing this crazy thing, the planets are nothing special to me anymore. And I'm feeling really bad about it. I'm kind of sad about it.
I don't know.
That's my personal feeling, is in like,
sure.
I praised the locations,
don't feel bad about it.
And now I'm like, I don't know.
I don't know. I still disagree. Like, I've seen New World. I haven't played New World.
You have
but,
to.
like,
That's what I was
but
saying. Like you have to like
the reason
play it.
I love the planet so much is because I'm a nerd, and because I'm like,
Yeah, but it's not
oh
like
yeah,
game. You know, that's not game side of it. It's
no,
another thing,
yeah,
right?
no. It's just the art and the difference of like the exotic kind of moons and stuff like that you encounter out in space.
It's the same engine, and they can probably use some assets from New World, and maybe like there's like I think there's like 20-ish or more different biomes there, and maybe that's potentially 20 different planets in Star Citizen that will use assets from New World.
Yeah,
Well,
I guess
obviously
actually, especially
edited a little bit, but
yeah, if that's baked into the engine, I don't know how any of that works. I don't know, like
I'm pretty sure they can use like animal models, you know, if they want them on Earth or Terra or whatever the fuck, modify them a little bit. You know how World of Warcraft has like 4 different mounts, and then all the variations are on that one skeleton. So I'm sure that it can be done with this as well. I don't know.
And they will have to at some point because like
there's a cow in New World, and you can turn it into a space cow, no problem. Just add a little bit more boobies.
Yeah. Jesus.
They grow eggs. Fuck. Oh man. All right. Well. I mean that's it. We're at 4 hours already. I know you have some questions. Yeah.
A question.
So let's go for a question.
Hold on. It's Mr. Dave Drury. I assume Dave Smash asks a question. With G-forces, we're much better at handling lateral G-forces over longitudinal G-forces. What if there were specialized fighters that had pilots in a prone position to counteract longitudinal G-forces? Technically, we have that. Because the way you mount into the Vanduul ships is kind of more like you're riding a motorbike.
But also, there could probably be like technology that could like somehow move your chair around so they can like ease the G-force in a way.
Oh yeah, like they do in the what is it, the Razorback? I think it's a Razorback in Expanse.
Yeah, in Expanse.
The chairs are all on gimbals.
I hope they don't do this, honestly, because
I think it's taking it too far, but yeah.
Well, because of that reduces their chance of we talked about meta and all that. Like, I don't want them to think about meta, but I want them to be able to tone things up or down so that they can kind of equalize stuff, right? As they see that something goes up and down. So if a certain ship has a chair that is like immune to fucking G-force, or like gives you 5 more G-force ability, that automatically allows your ship to be more maneuverable or whatever.
In this case, it specifically is just basically shifting it so that it's better at absorbing some G-forces than others.
But that allows you to go further, right?
Well, it would basically you'd be able to customize it more to like how you like to fly. Like if you were constantly boosting vertically or something like that, as an example, like that's part of your flight style, and that's part of how you've like the ship that you're flying. And I don't know, I could see it though. For me, I just think like this is already going to be a nightmare game to balance.
Yeah. Maybe that's why they want to disable meta. In their own head, they can do it, I guess, but it's impossible. But maybe they're like, if we work really hard on making a game that cannot have meta, maybe we don't have to balance it ever, and that's like save time in future.
Yeah, I don't know. But at the same time, like I could see them like imposing penalties, for example. Like if you're trying to fly in like armor versus a flight suit, for example, I could see that having penalties to how many G-forces you can absorb, because like there's a reason pilots wear a special suit today to if they're gonna
they have no space for the fucking armor in the fighter jet.
Okay, we're using it. No. But they have like a special flight suit that is a
They
G
do,
suit.
but well, what's the name? If you're flying like a mini jet or whatever the fuck, like the private jet, you're not flying in a fucking pilot suit.
Sure, that's fine, because you're not gonna do G-force moves. But what I'm saying is like,
wait,
I could see
the Red
them...
Bull pilots, the Red Bull like crazy maneuvering like old biplanes and whatnot. They're not flying in like special suits or whatever.
You don't think they're
so.
wearing G suits? I wouldn't be surprised if they're wearing G suits.
Maybe they are, but like, I don't know. I think it's more of some other shit. Like it's probably, God knows, like these suits can be so good. Like when I saw what swimsuits can do nowadays, and how much they can help you, like, change the speed and all that. But like maybe it's like measuring your vitals. Maybe it's like you can probably pee in it, or stuff like that. Like, well, it's a thing. It's a thing in racing and all that. So
sure. Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that I on one hand I could see them adding items or whatever that like assist with your G-forces, and I don't know how I feel about it right now, to be honest.
I kind of don't want that. I would like,
because then it becomes like you can't, like if you're not wearing your special G suit, and you get into a fight because you weren't expecting it or whatever, you were just like, tootling from one station to another.
Too much.
You're at a disadvantage to somebody who is wearing their fancy, like +4 G-force reductions. I don't know. We don't, frankly, at this point, I would just say, let's see how G-forces work.
Yeah.
Period. Like in their like more final iteration, versus right now where they're basically non-existent. Yeah, but
I agree. I mean, I can see that. Like they could gamify something like that for sure, 100%.
They could.
There's no way they couldn't. But I personally would be okay with like toning down. I don't know, diversity of potential gameplay, fucking not only mechanics but exceptions from the mechanics and whatnot, because and then start with something, and then once you have a game running for a couple of years, then add fucking something that you can.
That's it right there. I was gonna say, like, for me, like, I like complex, but it depends on how it feels. Like if it's complex and doesn't feel good, or it feels like it's too much, then I'm there with you. But at the same time, like if that level of complexity down to being able to customize, like what your pilot is wearing to help you deal with G-forces or whatever, if it feels good, I'm okay with that sort of complexity,
Yeah, I agree. As long as the game allows me to enjoy it.
Yeah, exactly.
I cannot complain about it. Or someone else, to be honest. But it has to be like majority of players, not like fucking, I don't want the best sim racer in the world to be the only person to enjoy driving fucking, like Ursa Rower, because it's simified to a point where it's not fun anymore.
Yeah. But yeah,
as Mr. Dave is.
Oh no, wait, there was a second. Sorry, I need to scroll back.
He's literally explaining why you're using and stuff like that. I don't know this, and I don't want to know this as a gamer. That's the problem.
Oh, wait, no.
So like I don't even know if you're flying anything that can break Mach 1 or whatever. I just want to play the game. Like that's already way too much for me to. I don't care. Like it's too much. It's too much information. It needs to be a game. I mean, it doesn't have to be, but then I don't have to play.
Wait, no, I take it back. Those are old questions.
All right.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, their stated goal is take it to realism and then dial it back to fun, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll repeat myself. Like it's cool if it's complex, but all of these guys, potential like players who are asking for extreme sim situations, first of all, they will have no one to play with if that comes to fruition. There's going to be like 700 players and that's it. And then you know what, you want some extremes, but you don't want some other extremes that someone else wants. and you will not
Yeah.
fucking understand what's happening there, and it's gonna
That's
bother
kind
you
of-
as well. So
That's kind of it too. Like I do genuinely, and this is gonna sound maybe a bit patronizing, but I will include myself in this because I have been guilty of this. Like you might think that you want something and then you get it and you're like, okay, shit, this isn't fun.
are you being Blizzard now? You think you want, but you don't?
I guess so. I
It's
don't know. I'm
true
speaking from
because
experience here.
it's like that it's not only so okay, so let's say you want something to be as seamy as possible. Let's say driving a car, right? But or no, let's go more extreme. Like flying a ship, you want it to be as much of a simulation as you can because you are flying sims and that's fun for you. But then do you want a game that has 10 million players, or do you want a game that has 10,000 players? And how will that affect the longevity of the game and all that, right?
Well, and I think the other aspect of that, there's another aspect to that too, and that's kind of along the vein where I was saying, like, you might think you want that, but you don't. But it's like, because like you point out frequently, it might be fun in a single player game, but a multiplayer game where you lose all your shit and you can die permanently, like it's not a situation where you just crash and then, oh well, crap, I guess I'll just do that again. It's like there's all that universe and game built up behind it, right?
If they develop it properly, you could have something like that. Like you go to Microtech and you sit in one of those Arena Commander chairs, and then you're like full on a back to 1941 dogfighting scenario.
Yeah.
Within Star Citizen. I don't mind that. Who wants to go there? Fine. Whatever. Maybe I would even try. I don't know. All right. Holy moly, that's a long one. I kind of knew. And this is like only a couple of like, we didn't even go full on like all the topics that we usually do or sections.
Yeah, but
yeah.
The Postmortem was a big one.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
And I got a little bit too excited about New World.
Whatever. All you've really done is make me want to go play it, but I'm not gonna now because there's only a week left, and then I don't want to bother. I'm gonna wait until it releases.
I'm gonna play it, but
I'm gonna be the Chegg. I'm gonna be Chegg right now. I'm just gonna wait until it's out.
But the thing is, but Masa, it's really polished,
Whatever. I didn't try to get you into the game.
No, I agree. Although this is like a product that has the difference is this is beta for a game that is coming out in a month. It has like a release date and everything. So yeah, I'm okay with that. But I'm super happy. I'm super sad that I'm gonna have a month of not being able to play fucking New World. Yes, Lady Space Patrol asked the question if New World uses server meshing. I'm pretty sure it does, and I'll have to ask you to go back and listen to the show and I will have it like the sections of it. But when we started talking about New World, we talked a lot about the actual server meshing in it and how I was like mind blown about it.
We think, anyways, like from where we're sitting,
makes a lot of sense.
Looks like it. Yeah.
So basically, I'm super sad that I'm not going to be able to play New World for a month, but because the beta is over in a week and then the game comes out in a month. But I'm super excited to actually play and stream Star Citizen 314. Please don't be a shit show within that time, because that's when it's going to land in PU. And it's like everything like clicked in, almost like, maybe they're working together on it. I'm kidding. That has nothing to do with it. But yeah, I'm actually excited about like flying in SC, and I'm super happy that I did not play PTU as always. And now I'm like, let's go. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, I legitimately want to go see how these different ships actually feel now that they've like really tweaked how they handle. So,
All right. So when it comes to our podcast, this is where we're going to end it. It's been over 4 hours now. Thank you so much for listening.
It's normal. I honestly, when we're at 3 hours, I'm like, oh no, better keep it going. It's not long enough.
Hopefully. We're gonna have our Stanton gossip. There's quite a few things, especially with all the drama around New World, to talk about, and some Twitter action. And then next week, man, we are finally getting ISC and SCL, and yeah, that's gonna be like, you know, hopefully we're gonna be fed by CAG with information we can break into pieces
man,
and talk about.
I'm just gonna bet right now that SCL is gonna be one of those write-off episodes.
Maybe. But ISC should be good. It should be about personalized inventory. So let's see how that goes. You want to sign us off?
Sure. For everybody who's here live with us, Twitch, thanks for hanging out with us for this crazy long time. We appreciate you. And if you are watching this on YouTube, if you wouldn't mind throwing us a like, that's cool. We just kind of do this for fun. We're a small channel or whatever, but you know, like Paul says, number go up, ape brain feel good. So yeah. This will be out on YouTube. If you're catching this, I suppose it'll be Sunday evening, and Monday our Stanton gossip section, like Twitch or like Chegg said, is something we do on Wednesdays. That'll be coming out on I don't know, either Wednesday evening or Thursdays. So stay tuned for that one.
Yep. Have a great rest of your day, night, week, and we'll see you again. Take care. Bye.
Bye.